Welcome back, welcome back. What's going on, y'all? Welcome back. Yeah, this looks like whales aren't done. This looks like. Dom needs to come down. Unless the alts are just gonna get stuck too.
Yeah.
Just remember that neither one of these bullish moves invalidates this W. I mean this M pattern. Oh no, Jacob. Good night, H. Figure something out real quick. Yeah, measured move of the bullish channel. It really depends on. So if I look at this on the hourly, I'm tempted to include the entire flag, which in my opinion would be wrong. But I could see some people doing that, right? Just conveniently sort of ignoring our little hitch there and wanting to take this whole thing. But it's more than likely just a bullish channel. I wouldn't be comfortable taking that as a flag. Bullish channel would take you up. Yeah, it would invalidate. Take the width of the channel. And apply it to the breakout. But we have to break out first before all that. Let me clear these vectors up.
Good evening.
Rick.
How are you, Dbloc?
Good road here. What are you up to?
It's good. Oh, not long woke up. About an hour ago. Just chilling.
Nice.
Seeing what kind of altcoins are giving scalp opportunities. I'm sure there's a couple.
Waiting to see
Just
if
got to.
dominance could drop so that we can play a little bit on the alts right now.
Yeah.
While Bitcoin is just chilling. But market makers in Wales have been going at it back and forth. Wales are going to try to break this trap this weekend, I think. It'll be a bit of a little fight here.
Yeah. Yeah. I see dominance. Okay. Yeah, that high side of the dominance there, like around 60%, and then it keeps falling below it to like 58.5 or something. Yeah, damn, it's been a grind, hasn't it? It's just been sideways.
Yeah, a little bit.
Grindy market. Yeah.
Yesterday, it felt like we were in the weekend trap. And then today, when we got our setup, we figured out why. And it's because they trapped the longs on Thursday. But this whole thing here just felt like so algorithmic, just so stuck. And we swept the shorts and made our way back into that range to close CME. So as of now, that's my thesis, that this is our weekend trap and we set early. Now, whether we
Yep.
get stuck in here is going to depend on how much volume comes in for the weekend. Let me see something.
Those higher time frame moving averages are still looming overhead. Haven't quite tested them yet. I think that 50 weekly SMA's kind of close though. That's not too far away. That's at 101,380. 101,380. And then that daily 200, that's even higher up, I think. That's like at just under 106K.
Yeah, sort of my box of interest. 98 to 108.
Yep.
Green box right here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we
Nice.
finally made it out of the white box, which was our accumulation, right? This is when whales just hit, and accumulated at those
Yes.
lows. And then we kept from breaking out of the larger bear flag, and we've now popped above that range and are doing a decent job of holding the retest. As long as we don't come back into that range, I think green box is our next move here. The 50
Yeah.
EMA on the weekly is about 97.8 where we rejected off of. Then the wick resistance or the wick support, these wicks here, is at 104, and then the body supports for that range are at 108. So that's sort of what I'm looking at. Relief rally that comes up, retest the bottoms, and then capitulates into the depths of the bear market.
Yeah, that seems
Similar
pretty
time,
reasonable.
similar push.
If we can
Exactly.
if we can get above that 108 and hold, then we can start talking about the
Yep.
idea of a right translation or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Just let's see
I
what's
had to
so this
explain to.
month. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I had to explain to someone earlier how like just like being involved in this like to some small degree I'm kind of changing the world. like like I'm kind of contributing to changing the world like to a minuscule degree, but you know what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like just by participating.
Even no matter how small your impact might be, it is something. Yeah. Um,
I'm like
let's
I'm
have a
literally like
look.
people try to downgrade it. I'm like I'm literally changing the world. I'm literally contributing to something that's gonna change the world like in a big way.
Yeah, that's it. What do we got as far as like the calendar goes for this month? I think most of the real there's okay, funds rate on the in late January we've got an FOMC conference. Okay. And then yeah, final GDP on the 22nd or yeah. And then on the 21st, it says I'm just looking at Forex Factory calendar. It says President Trump speaks on the 21st, so that's Wednesday, the 21st of January.
Man, they were even putting that stuff in the Forex calendar now. Damn, like I never saw
Yeah,
president's name in here before.
yeah,
But like
they've got.
for real, I was like telling someone like I remember like 3 4 weeks ago, I was like or we could just be down here in this range for an entire year, and I was just making fun, like legit, like it's just like
Mm,
saying it like and like we've been down here ever since. Well, now we're up a little higher, but we were down there for a long time. And I'm like, dude, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen with economics and all that stuff. I'm like, it could end up being that there's enough demand for Bitcoin to hold it up here, but there's not enough to push it further. And it could be like that for like 6 months or a year or something. And I was
mhm.
like joking about it, but like now it's kind of like serious.
And there's also
But
the
yeah,
World
sorry, Rick,
Economic.
didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're all right. The World Economic Forum meeting, annual meeting. So this is only once a year that they meet, and that's happening this week as well, coming up. like after the weekend. I don't know what. Like, it says day 2 is Tuesday, then day 3 is Wednesday, and then yeah, so on and so forth. I don't know what day 1 is. I'm guessing the Monday.
My Sith Lord
Just turn off
robe is
all
in the
the-
cleaners. I'm getting it cleaned for the event. You know, you have to show up with.
Your Sith Lord robe.
That's what I just imagine the
Is that what you
WF
said?
meetings look like.
That's what it feels like. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
the
They got
gathering of all the nasties.
they got a lot to talk about at this
Yeah.
meeting.
No,
There's a lot of
they
things
do it in
going
the
on.
middle of the woods, and they gather around a stone statue and burn an effigy or something. That's where the real
No, that's
meetings happen.
Jackson Hole.
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you're legitimately right about that too. That's the scary part. Bohemian Grove, dude, that shit happens at Jackson.
Yeah.
Or not
You
Jackson,
know
but at
that
the same time.
Or those
you know
Camp
that
David
game.
retreats that the president takes and shit, you know?
What's that game where you put your car keys in a big bowl at the start of a party, and then
I think
it's
that's
like they all
called
come with their
swinging.
they all come with their
Swingers, a
Ledger
swingers
Nanos, and
party.
they put their Ledger Nanos in a bowl at the gate as
That's
they come
funny.
into the
Oh my
forum.
god. I would never do that.
Take our crypto wallet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Litecoin's looking good, guys.
100
We
Bitcoin
called it
wallet,
out
right?
last night with that
That's like
drop.
type 1.
That Litecoin was gonna have a pretty good chance to make it back here.
Oh my god, that was like, oh yeah, I bought some earlier today.
This
I
isn't
missed the
Litecoin.
dip,
This is
but
Sui. This is Litecoin.
oh yeah, I'm excited. Well, that still looks pretty good. I
The
bought
problem
earlier,
was
even though it
this.
was pumping.
This line didn't hold. 30% drop into the depths of nothingness. So
I
that
still would have
move
bought it
down
there.
and the fact that it held was like, okay, look, either I'm in now or at least it's an asymmetric trade, right? You know where your stop loss has to go. You're at the very bottom. You don't want to go any lower than this. Or you're going to revisit that 1010 wick.
I mean, I would still buy it there. I'd love to buy it there, honestly, but because like I have so much faith in it. But somebody told me like last week or something that Litecoin is the longest running chain with no outages. Like out of all the altcoins, like Litecoin's been running for the longest and hasn't gone down.
It was one of the only coins that were named in the Clarity Act.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they listed it as a commodity with Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Because it's legitimate. Like it only has like it has a fixed supply. Like it really kind of is more.
Problem
Like
is nobody
commodity.
cares.
People keep.
All that shit
I
you're
care,
saying is true, and that's
but
the reason why I'm playing with it. But the average person doesn't care. Not enough people care to make it pump.
yeah, but
Is what I should say.
they can care later when I'm ready to sell.
Yeah. As long as you're willing to hold for a little bit, yeah.
I've already been holding for a long time, but yeah,
I got in a
Litecoin,
fight
man,
with
it's
AI
people.
about taking this position yesterday. It was funny. Because I'm having it
Like to
track
say
my
that Litecoin.
portfolio, and it was like, oh, that was a big drop. I don't think it's wise. I'm like, listen here, bot. Okay,
Yeah.
you work for me. Don't tell me what to do. I'll tell you what to do.
Yeah, I found that was a thing in the 2021 bull market, is that all of the crypto fundamentalists, like, getting into things because they were real world and had good ideas and all that, they got frustrated because their things weren't getting attention, like the ridiculous meme coins
Yeah.
and just, all the shit coins. Like, yep, there's a lot of frustration.
Nobody
And
cares,
you got
man.
that frustration from the XRP community getting annoyed at Dogecoin, for example.
Well, think of it like this:
So,
2016, 17, it was utilities that ran,
yeah.
right? So when you went into the 2020, you were like, well, I'm just going to buy up utilities cheap. And then things like Doge and SHIB were the main candidates, right? So then what happened during this market? Well,
Yes.
instead of going for utility, people looked for the next Doge and the next SHIB.
Yeah.
And now utility just sits flat.
I gave such a spiel last night about, and like was basically giving a lecture, and I was like, listen, this is a hard truth. It's our fault that there's no alt season. Everyone's saying when alt season, when alt. I'm like, it's our fault because we decided to invest all of our money in junk meme coins and then got rug pulled, and now there's no money left for the real projects. I'm like, if we actually, concentrated our
Yeah.
money into like quality stuff, all those coins would have pumped. But everyone just wanted to gamble instead. They didn't want to
Unpopular
invest and want to
opinion.
gamble.
Unpopular opinion. Everybody hated Gary Gensler, but this market went nothing but go down once he left. The second he left and it was free for all, and nobody was hesitating to drop any projects anymore. There was no fear. There was no meme coins got listed as collectibles. It all went downhill.
Yeah,
And I don't like.
dimension got
Trust me, I
weird.
hate Gary. I'm glad he's gone, but you got to admit his annoying ass peering into shit and probing with the SEC, and it kept some people at bay.
I didn't like him. I don't like him as a person, but he was just doing his job. And at the same time, like, I didn't really disagree with what he was doing either, because people are like, oh, he's attacking crypto and they're like trying to drive crypto into the dirt. And it's like, not really. He was to some degree manipulating the market, but I think he was doing it purposefully because he loves crypto. Like, I had to explain to people, I'm like, he loves crypto just as much as we do. He's just trying to keep prices down low so that he can accumulate. I'm like, and then like they're gonna do something, they're gonna let it go. I'm like, he's also probably being paid to do the things that he's
He
doing,
was
like
one
from an
thousand
outside source
percent
perspective.
part of Operation Choke Point. Like that was their attack dog. So he can't get away
Mm.
from that. He has
Yeah,
definitely shifted his mentality on Bitcoin since all the speeches that we saw in college, where he was singing their praises. You know what happened, right? He went to Binance for a
he tried to get
job.
a job at Binance.
Yeah, he went to Binance for a job and CZ laughed him out the building. At least that's how the story goes. CZ laughed him out the building and he's been on a bad one ever since.
Well, that just, I think he was so against like the leverage, like perpetuals futures, like, and like from other countries and stuff, which is like he kind of has a point there too, because it's like if people are basically gambling, throwing a bunch of money that they made in US, taking US dollars, putting it onto a foreign exchange, and then losing it to somebody in another country, like because they were using leverage, that's not a good thing for the US financially. You know what I mean?
I feel like that. I feel like I said, Operation Choke Point was using him to stifle growth and to just scare projects into not even being involved. You got to remember, every single one of those SEC charges was settled with a check, and then the SEC went away and
Yeah.
shut the hell up. Every single one of them was just settled with money. So it's like, you really want to stop it, or did you just need to fill your coffers? And it served two purposes: making the job difficult and making yourself wealthy.
Dude, I think it would have been more productive if they were just like, okay, listen here. Like if like the development team was like, listen here, take some of these coins, right? Just hang on to them and see what happens. Like, and then just like hang on to them, shut up about this, and then watch what happens. Like I feel like that would have been more effective. You know what I mean? Than just paying them off. But like I don't know, they needed to be a fine and it had to be legitimate or whatever. But it's like, come on, like they could have, we could have worked together. But no, like I seriously think that there was a like it was just a huge FUD campaign because the people that were fudding it just wanted it to go down and stay down longer so they could buy it. Like, I mean, honestly, that's kind of what we all do. Even crypto influencers on YouTube, they do that. Like, like crypto banter and stuff. Or they kind of like do the opposite. They kind of try to pump their way out of bags. Like they try to get their audience to buy their coins by like, shilling something or whatever. I don't want to like pick on them or like single them out or whatever because a lot of people do it. They're just one of the most popular, and it's like kind of obvious to people like us that that's the case, but maybe not new people. I don't know. But they do the same thing, and if they're trying to FUD bags, it's like you know it's for a reason. There's an agenda. Like a lot of people do it, and the government does the same thing. That's the way I see it. They're playing the game too. It's just they've got more power and influence.
As far as this LTC trade goes, before I go, what I'm looking for, or before I change the screen, what I'm looking for is to come back and clear this vector. High volume though is going to be difficult. Right? This is our point of control for this range. I mean, if it pops, great. But whether it pops there or it rejects off of the 200, I'd want to see it come back and clear this vector, hold support, hold uptrend, pop out, and then I'll add more to that position, somewhere around 73.
Yeah, Dbloc, I was looking at it too. I was thinking of pull back to 73, low
Looks decent.
73s.
Yeah, it looks
And
decent.
then
You've
that
got
would
your
be
supply right there too, so.
inverted head and shoulders too.
Yeah.
Are we at the point yet where we can just like ignore moving averages? Like,
I
are we
wouldn't.
at that stage of the cycle?
Depends on what time frame you're looking at, but I wouldn't. Momentum is really important right now, and your moving averages are your first sort of telltale sign that you're either still on trend or. So this would take us back up to the top of the range, psychological high and low, liquidations. I like it. I like it. If we get that hold at 73, or even, I mean, we have to be prepared for the 50 not to break too. It's possible. But any move into that range with high volume, I'm going to go pretty heavy.
Dude, I'd buy that shit right here and sleep like a baby. But
Yeah, that's what we were saying
well, I
yesterday,
guess I
because we
should.
were down in this wick, and it was like, look, either this is going to recover and do well, or you don't want to trade this for the next, that this is it, honestly, because 30% drop with the time that we have left, I wouldn't even look to trade Litecoin if this broke this. Like, I literally wouldn't even look to pick it up until the bottom of the bear at that point. So this was either
I
the
guess I
correct
should.
time, like the best time to pick up risk adjusted wise, right? Because you know where your stop goes. Or, the moment at which everything collapses.
I feel like I haven't seen it this cheap in years. I feel like it's literally been years since it's been this
Litecoin
cheap.
tends to pump last in the past. Tends to be one of the laggers, but then it like catches up.
And then it's always closely followed by Dogecoin.
I mean, you can see it by looking at. Hold on, let's take all of this off the screen. Take all of this off, and let's take everything to the daily. And I'm just using this stack, not just because it's my stack, but because it's been outperforming. Just the same thesis we've been working on. Anything with institutional interest, all your ETFs. Yeah. So that's the daily. Oh wait, let me turn my camera off for a second. That's the daily for ETH. The daily for Sol. Sui. LTC is another lagger here. I mean, it's moving, but it hasn't taken out its highs like everything else has. I guess ETH is also in the same sort of. ETH and Link look very close, right, in performance. And then we had Jasmine. But guys, don't feel bad. Don't compare your coin against Jasmine. Jasmine is just stupid. Jasmine does dumb things.
Yeah.
But then look at Link. Right. One of these things
thought
is
Link was doing good.
currently not like the others. I mean, sorry, Litecoin. One of these things is currently not
Oh.
like the others, right? Well, everything else is popped up above their highs, or at least attempting to, right? Link took the opposite trip. So,
Bitcoin.
Litecoin, sorry, I keep calling it Link. So, if it is going to move last, then it's got a pretty decent setup for it, right? Because nothing else is giving you the entries that Litecoin's giving you right now. But you have to be aware that where we're at is clutch. If we drop underneath that, 30% easy in my opinion. And even if we don't get it, I wouldn't feel comfortable sleeping in it overnight. So either way.
Well, it could be a matter of perspective. Is it a late mover or is it an early mover? You know what I mean? Because I feel like sometimes it's the last to pump, but sometimes it's the first to pump.
It's usually one of
And
the
then that like
last alts
telegraphs
to
the move
pump
for
at the
everything else.
end. Like at the very end, it's usually one of the last ones to find its top.
It's just early for next cycle.
Better.
I had a question now. I forget what the question was. Oh yeah, what the hell's going on with this weekend trap?
When we came to the screen today, we were looking at this as trap longs, and this is trap shorts. If we look at volume, like an old man right now, I'm smoking, and it's like hanging off the edge of my lip. You know those old guys that used to smoke cigarettes in front of the store, and they'll tell you a whole story of the cigarettes just dangling off the corner there. You're like, this thing is gonna fall any second, but it, like never falls.
It's just like stuck to their lip.
Yeah. So this was looking like trap longs, right? Because we had that volume there, and then we had this volume here. But the way that price reacted and the fact that we closed CME up here led me to scroll the chart up a little bit. And this is what I think we have more than anything. We put in our trap longs on Thursday, which isn't rare, right? We've done it before. It's not like it's never happened. Big volume spike for our trap longs here, which is way better than that little volume we were looking at. So, and if you were, well, put it this way: if you're in the chat and you got trap long here at 97, put one in the chat. We listen, but we don't judge. It's just, you know. So with this
Well,
being
they
the trap
shouldn't,
long,
because I was here.
with this being the trap long and this being the trap short, this range that we put in yesterday when we were sitting here, we're like, yo, this feels like the weekend. This was a preset for the weekend trap. Came down trap shorts and then made a beeline for CME close. CME futures closed right here. CME perps closed right here. So this makes the most sense to me right now.
So just the whole same model that we've been in the past like 2 days or something? Or all of yesterday?
This whole range. Yeah, it's like a preset range.
So then if I'm short, is it worth it to hold it to see if we get like a false move down or something that ends up being really dramatic?
I mean, yeah, but remember that you got to be able to absorb any deviations out of the trap.
Yeah, I'd have to
Like
be
we
pretty
could come up
lenient
and
with my
clear
stop
these
loss.
and then come down and have a, you know, we can do all of it. Like, can you live through this? Because this is obscene up here right now. The amount of liquidity that's sitting there. And we know that the
Yeah, I got
whales
just a
and
long
market
short
makers
ratio.
are actively at war right now. So
Well, do you think that the whales want a bigger position, or do
up.
you think they're trying to pump their bags?
Nah, whales want up. They're already accumulated. They don't give a damn about a weekend
So then,
trap. They don't care about CME. They want money.
if there's more liquidity to the top side, And so the cost benefit analysis, like for the market makers, is like, okay, let's go up. Then why are they fighting against each other?
Because too much of the motivation is to the downside. All that liquidity down to 92.8, 93, 93.6. Look, let me show you what CypherBot said about it earlier today. I thought was pretty insightful. It's growing up very quickly. Hold on.
Smart little tyke.
Yeah, so we asked him directly, and mind you, I haven't trained him on. I've trained him on market maker and what I feel market maker motivations are. He obviously understands whales because it's AI, and they've got. But I haven't talked to him specifically about this battle that I've been talking about for the last 4 or 5 days, where market makers and whales have been fighting at the bottom of this. So I just asked him, give me an update on the war, right? I'll just go through the quick things, the motivations. Whale offense, period of distribution selling in late 2025. Whales have officially flipped back to aggressive accumulation this week. Whale addresses holding 1,000 to 10,000 bitcoins have added 46,000 in the last 7 days. The strategy is a supply shock by absorbing 30,000 in just 5 days. Whales are intentionally thinning out available supply on exchanges. They're essentially front running an eventual 100K breakout by creating a floor at 95. Long-term holders are notably inactive, showing zero intent to sell at the 95K level, leaves whales in total control of the spot market. And then on the market maker side, market makers' high-frequency algorithms are fighting back using derivatives market to prevent a runaway pump, right? They need to get that liquidity underneath, and they understand that they feed into this whale push, it could get away, right? We could make the run, and then they can't do what they need to do. Market makers' goals are to stay delta neutral. When whales buy spot, market makers often short futures to hedge. Liquidation magnet, there's currently 1.5 billion in long liquidation stacked between 92 and 94. That's the target. Market makers are incentivized to push price into this pocket to trigger the cascade, which will provide them with massive cheap liquidity to buy back their hedges. 97K rejection. We saw it hit 97K, which was the 50 EMA on the weekly, but market makers immediately hammered it back down to 95, using the regulatory warrior from the Clarity Act as a narrative cover to shake out late night leverage longs. So these are the motivations. Market makers are aiming for 100K plus. Aggressive spot accumulation, and whales and market makers are hedging and hunting the 94K longs. So the verdict is that the war is currently at a stalemate, but whales have the structural advantage. We can see that here.
So the predicament is kind of that, like the market makers, if they want to prevent the pump, they're forced to absorb everything that the whales are buying, but then they can't sell. They also can't sell because if they do, the whales will buy that and pump the price, and they would rather it go
What
down.
they're doing is that they're
So they have to
making
provide enough
the whales have to fill the order book. Market makers have stepped back from the order book. It means the whales have to fill the order book. Market makers have the orders to the top side, but to the bottom it's clear, which means that whales are stuck buying to prevent price from going up. Right? The sideways grind is meant to bore you into selling. In my opinion, they'll wick. I have one more wick down to 92, 93, 94 area, clear those billion in liquidations, and then they'll let the whales step in and push towards 6 figures.
So they're not providing liquidity below the price, is what you're saying? Like they're not gonna.
Yeah, like they're not buying. Like in other words, if we sweep liquidity, whales will not create a floor. Market maker won't create a floor. There's two patterns right here. This M is drawn by market makers. Right? This was when they slammed us back down to 95 to try to get us back down into those ranges. The fact that we've stayed in this bull flag are whales keeping it looking bullish because they both try to affect sentiment. Whales play the same game that market makers play. They know if this breaks, it's no longer a bull flag. Chances are nobody buys. It'll be harder for them. They'll have to pick it all up on their own. If they can keep it as a bull flag and they can keep holding support, then retail will start to try to break this.
So they're counting on like breakout traders to assist.
They're
The
counting
move.
on keeping the chart looking pretty so that people are still interested.
Well, I mean, even if it rejects from that top trend line and comes all the way back down to the bottom of the channel, it's still adhering to the channel.
You don't invalidate this M pattern until one of the clear signs, and we've seen it over and over. And I mean, you guys can remember off the top of your head, I'm sure, except they looked more like this. This is when market makers were trying to push up, but whales were trying to keep it looking bearish because they weren't done accumulating. So we would have times where the W pattern would play out, but it would play out within the bearish channel. Right? Whales would keep it within that bearish channel, and then once it played out, we would break and capitulate. Right? What we're seeing is those motivations now flipped. Pattern remains the same. Stalemate pattern remains the same. Massive bearish pattern, massive bullish pattern. But it's a clear sign that not one side or the other is in complete control right now. This is why we trade momentum at times like this.
I think it looks good. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention that. So like about the moving averages, I still pay attention to the crosses, like when it comes to momentum and stuff. But I really more so meant like, can we ignore them in the sense where we expect them to act as support and or resistance? Because sometimes they do, but I feel like in some like points in the market,
Well,
like it doesn't really act as support or
the support and
resistance.
resistance you're
Like
talking about is the mean reversion, right? So the mean
yeah,
reversion and trend following, right, or tracking trend with EMAs. When we're at war like this, when market makers and whales are at war, literally the only tool we have left. Right? We know what their motivations are, so we understand if it goes up or if it goes down. But the only way we really have to trade it is by momentum. Right? Which means even if whales are in control and it pushes, if it gets far away from the 50, we will have that mean reversion. The difference is whales will hold it, right? Market makers will try to break it, but the mean reversion itself still stays true. So as far as where do we enter, where do we exit, right? The only thing we have is mean reversion and momentum when they are, when they're going at it. The biggest test is going to be the weekend trap. Right? If market maker can keep price in the weekend trap, then they've pulled back dominance from the whales. If we pop out, liquidate, and run, then whales are in charge.
so how much money do you think they have to apply to the algorithm to get it to keep the whales at bay? Like how much liquidity do you think they need to
I'm sure
provide to
there's
maintain
some
control?
I'm sure there's some good math behind that, but I don't know what the formula is. But I know it has to happen in real time, and the algos have to be set beforehand. And so I would assume that market makers left a very aggressive set of rules for the algo this weekend.
So that would mean we're probably going to be pretty flat.
That's how we'll test it, right? That's how we'll test. Right now, we're sitting between CME closes, between both CME closes. Right? And ever since CME closed, our volatility has dropped, and all we've done is mean revert to that CME close from underneath it and then from above it. So the evidence that we can see right now is that market makers are fully in control at the moment.
Have you heard anything about like Michael Saylor, if he's like active or has an opinion on
Yeah,
it or
Michael
anything?
Saylor bought a bunch of Bitcoin the other day, 1.5 bill, I think it was, somewhere in the 90s. They're calling it the sailor floor.
I'm sure this man 10 years ago, he had no idea that he was going to become a meme and like a genius at the same time.
I don't know, bro. You can go back and you can see sailor videos where he has that same look on his face and that big vein in his neck is popping out, but he's talking about iPhones. And he was like just trying to tell people how the iPhone was going to change. And he was just the same frustration that you see. You could see it back then. It was funny. I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
but
so
he
you've
does it in a
always
way where it's
been
like
passionate about this type of shit, not just Bitcoin.
he's not like trying to shill. He's like, look, I see this coming and I got in early. I
He
want you
doesn't
guys to
care
get in
anymore,
early too.
bro.
Just understand and realize it.
He doesn't care anymore who understands it, who doesn't. He's so, I'll give him maybe like 1 or 2 more years before you don't see him on these podcasts anymore doing the, so what's Bitcoin? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's going to put somebody else on that job. Because if you just look at the most recent ones, he's so frustrated, bro. He's so frustrated that he still has to do this, that he hasn't convinced people yet. It's like, you know what? Fine, just don't, you know? It's not like you need
So
it.
what's Bitcoin?
Not like he needs you
He's
to
just
buy
gonna be like,
Bitcoin.
well, let me show you this clip. Let me just show you this clip of this video that I made that I made 10 years ago.
That's what I would do. I'm not gonna lie. There was this one podcast I saw specifically. I don't know who these girls were. It was 2 women, and I don't even know if it was a crypto specific podcast. Bro, I'm telling you, he goes on to he'll go anywhere. Like we could probably get him to come here if we had enough viewers. But he was like, he was he was sitting there, and they introduced him and everything, and then her first question was like, "So, Bitcoin, what is it?" And he goes, "This is the biggest exhale you ever heard." And then he answered. You know, he went into his spiel, but you could see it on his face, bro. He was like, "I can't keep doing this."
It is tough.
He said, "AVAX."
Like trying to explain something to people like that's not even in their realm of understanding. like they're not even into finance or anything. And like, okay, so there's this digital asset, right?
X looks good. It just needs to come. I mean, it's got this vector underneath. I don't think it's done retracing. I mean, it's set up for a decent type 2 entry, but where do you get it? Does this high volume node hold, or are we going to lose the next high volume node and take out that vector gap? Let's see, 0.382 retracement. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to drop another level, right? It's enough of a retracement to be considered a type 2 entry. But it is sitting on top of a pretty hefty imbalance. Right, so basically, no, grab this. Hold on, let me fix this. There. So this is what we're talking about. But is it enough, right? Because it could come all the way down here and still be good, still be healthy. So it's all going to boil down to this high volume node holding at 382, 356. Once you come down into this gap, it's going to be a pretty quick move because of that vector. Yeah, we do have an extended day for this trap as well. Yeah, we talked about ETH. Nothing really crazy though. Right, we're judging these daily movements by if they've taken out their highs. Right, so we saw Sol take out that high at 145. Right, we saw Sui take out that 169 high out. We saw Litecoin fail to even get to its high and put in a new low. And then Link is still trying to get up. Like Link and ETH basically look very similar right now. ETH sort of double topped off of those highs. But as far as how we're going so far, that's basically it. Sui's in the lead. Well, actually, Jasmine's in the lead, then Sui, then Sol, then ETH, then Link, then Litecoin. What we're waiting for is to see if dominance could drop so we can actually keep moving on the alts right now. The alts are gonna hold their breath while this is going on. One second, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Hey, Rick, you still there? Ricky. Even still in the chat? Probably not. And he gone.
Still stuck on the sideline, man. Woke
It's
up,
not giving that much to work with.
missed the entry on the long.
Was there really an entry to take though?
There's a little something over there if you got it.
I
94.
could have tried to long the trap shorts, but aside from that, it was a tricky target to catch. I mean,
Yeah, well,
bottom of the channel was really all that was there, but
yeah, that's all that was there. That was it for the quick trade, and take that up to the up to the top of the weekend trap to where they could maybe come up and trap some longs up there and get up out of town.
well, I mean, up until like 5 o'clock when CME closed, we really had no idea that the weekend trap was even going to go that high. Like we kind of thought that it was gonna, like that W that he has drawn on the chart. We kind of thought that it was gonna stop there, and we were going to adhere to that range, but that's not what ended up happening. I guess somebody got frisky and wanted to buy in like before CME closed to make us drop higher. But I didn't see that coming. You know what I mean? Not even right at 5 o'clock. You know, like I still thought it was just gonna
Maybe this isn't
hit the
it.
top of that range.
Maybe we're gonna dump some more and make an even lower trap trap short.
Well, I mean, the CME already closed, so the trap shorts should be like that should be the trap shorts. But I do believe that we will go down and free the trap shorts.
Yeah, we
Maybe
get
we
some.
free both sides. I don't know. But
Yeah, free 'em.
if the trap longs were, we still don't know kind of like if they were there where his arrow is pointing to, or if they're further up, like back on the part of the chart that he's not showing, like before we were even in this range, before we dropped into it. Just thinking that could have been the trap longs, but that happened like 2 days ago, so I don't know. I think they got liquidated. If that was the trap shorts, and they already got liquidated, or if that was the trap longs, I think they already got liquidated. But I mean, I do think it would make a lot of sense to go down further. The only other entry I would see on that would be that one stopping volume candle on the 5 minute where it put in a higher low. You could have tried to risk an entry there, but at the same time, it's not like there was anything insinuating that it was gonna break past the high that it made before CME closed. Like it was only right before it closed that it actually did that. So there was nothing that was really screaming, "Hey, take a long." You know what I mean? There's just the bottom of the channel. If you were lucky to chance it there, you could have, or the higher low at the stopping volume candle, then you would still be in like pretty good profit on this trade. But it wasn't really giving too much evidence that it was going to do that. There was nothing that made me feel like I should add to my long position, you know? But sometimes it just does weird stuff. Like it'll do something like really dramatic at like completely unprovoked. It'll just like either rip or dump like for no reason, or like seemingly no reason. There's always a reason, but the reason is not always very clear. And it's not always like a technical thing on the chart either. Like technical analysis really only goes so far.
Yeah.
Sometimes stuff happens that like you can't really see on the chart.
Or some event happens out of nowhere.
Yeah.
See what happens. It
Like
brings some of that war.
especially
So,
black swan events. There's like a
yeah.
black swan event and the price is just completely dumping, like it's like a crash. Then it's like there's really no way to see that coming because there was no technical reason for it. It just there was a fundamental reason, and everyone panic sold. Like there is still a reason. That's the reason. There was a fundamental event that caused people to panic sell. So like the reason is there, but like that doesn't necessarily mean that there was any indication on the chart. Like, yeah, there might have been a few clues here and there that it was overbought or that people were taking profit at a certain level or whatever, but you can't predict like that. Some like millions of people are just going to panic sell.
See what they do with Iran this weekend.
Yo, E-Mad. Hey, Qui-Gon.
No.
What up, Fly?
Hey. Yeah, man, I've been
Good to hear from you,
following a
buddy.
fair bit of that Iran stuff, man. It's wild over there at the moment. It's not good. Well, good and bad. I don't know. I've been watching a fair bit of it.
Yeah, something going down there. You'll see.
Yeah, I've seen there's a dude, 2C TV or something. He covers it like his father's over there. He's been covering it the whole time. The internet coming down and everything.
Yeah, they don't want us to see. They're trying to
That's
get
weird. They don't want
the
anyone to see. They don't report it. It's weird because it's kind of it's a revolution in a way. So they don't want anyone to know about it. It's crazy.
Yeah, although I was watching a live cam a couple days ago at night, and it was surprisingly quiet.
Yeah, right. I've seen footage, where it's like so many cities, everyone's just shut their shops down in protest, and then it started to get a bit quieter because the internet was coming down a lot. But I've seen a lot of footage.
Yeah,
Wow.
they got to fear for their lives when they start acting like that over there. So
Yeah.
to me, that's the secondary thing. The main thing is, does the United States want to go in there and try to do some of that Venezuela type tactic? But maybe we can't get away with that there. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know I don't think. I mean, I'm not as educated on it as you may be either, but I thought a lot of the population weren't happy with the leadership, so I don't know if people are cheering it on or it's hard to say really. And a lot of people there want it to happen.
Yeah, I wonder how their military is. If it's, I gotta look into that.
Well,
Let me see.
yeah, it looked like a lot of the security staff and were all really fat because they'd been stealing food and all the rations and sticking it in food storages and eating a lot, so they're getting a bit fat. And it's a bit slow for them to run around. So their military's getting a bit lazy. I saw some footage of them using a water cannon and people were just standing in front of it, like didn't care at all. They were like washing in it.
I tend to try to like ignore the news as much as possible. Like if it's stuff
Well,
that's gonna be
the news is ignoring the
or
news, man. There's nothing being published. Like if you look on the world news, you won't see anything. And then you start seeing all the footage coming out of there from people. It's like, why isn't this on the news? That's the weird thing.
you should start your own independent channel for news that like isn't getting enough attention from the media.
There is
Just
a
be like,
couple of
"Look, I
people
dug
doing
deep
that.
into
YouTubers, yeah. But the big
yeah, there's one guy
corporations are
like
not.
Agenda Free TV and like I think like NTD kind of like does that to some degree. They actually do like real like investigative journalism and like
Yeah, the guy
people
2C
sound
TV,
like they go actually near them.
TOUSI TV, he does it. He's got connections into the government and family over there. So yeah, it's weird. That's what the governments
Well,
and
I
the
mean,
news don't want you to know.
yeah, I mean, like I said, I try to ignore it. I used to try to push that stuff to like people that I'm like, hey, listen, look, these guys like don't have an agenda. Like they're not paid by a certain political party to say certain things. Like they just are reporting on the news, and I would like try to push that news or whatever. And people would just be like, "Oh, well, that's fake news." And I'm like, "Dude, they're literally like there at the event, like filming it happening. Like, how much more legit can you get? Like, you know what I mean?"
everyone has an agenda because everyone's on one side or the other. Like everyone has an agenda, but yeah, some of the footage you can see it's just raw footage, right? It's just plain footage. It's like you can't argue with it unless it's fake. But
Right, but they still will. And like the true agenda is there's only really one true agenda. Make it so that there's two different sides and then make those people fight against each other. That's really the only true agenda. Like make them choose a side, like brainwash them into choosing a side and believing a certain narrative so that they fight and argue with each other so that they're all distracted. And
yeah,
like
I don't know how simple it is. I couldn't oversimplify what's happening in Iran. Like, it's been
I'm
48
just
years
saying
since the
that
king that they want the king back, and then the supreme leader's like, I think he ran off to Russia for a bit and stuff. So I can't comment. I have no idea, mate. I'm not from Iran and I don't understand the politics well enough.
Yeah, I mean, neither do I. That's why, like, I don't comment on it because I don't talk about stuff that I don't know about. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if there's something that, like, I don't know the facts, then like I'm
That's
not
it.
gonna like plead a case about it because I'm like, dude, I don't have a stance on this. I haven't even looked into it, and like I don't care. Like because I know that there's always just like there's a story that comes out, and the agenda is get these two demo different demographics of people to fight and argue over it.
Yeah,
Like
it is something worth
the
caring about though,
one
because
side will push
this
one
has been
thing, the other side will push
a
another.
geopolitical issue for a long, long time for a lot of the people there being oppressed. So sometimes
Right.
it's worth
I'm,
caring a
I'm not
little bit.
trying to I'm not trying to ignore the suffering that people are going through. I'm just saying, like, when it comes to us in the United States, and like we're not there, so it's like I feel bad for the people that are there that physically have to deal with it, all the chaos that's going on. But at the same time, like me arguing with somebody else about it is not going to accomplish anything except to waste time and like like make enemies out of people that otherwise would have been friends.
Yeah,
So it's like I literally am forced to ignore the news most of the time because like if I don't, I'm falling
you
right
just get
into the
drawn
trap.
into it. Yeah, yep.
Like I'm falling into the trap
Uh,
that they laid out
I'm
for
only talking
everybody. So I
about it
refuse
because
to
of the
fall into the
crypto
trap.
chart. I'm only talking about it because of the crypto chart.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying don't bring it up. I'm just saying like I don't know about it. I haven't looked into it, and I'm just explaining the reason why. It's because like
It is
I don't want to
probably
fall
a
into
big
the
enough
trap.
geopolitical scenario to affect crypto in a sense because it is. That's why it's weird. It's not on the news because the fallout will be big.
They'll use anything they
If
can.
Elon Musk farted, it would affect crypto. We had that joke. It was like a meme back in the day. We were like, "Oh, price is dumping. What happened?" And he's like, "Oh, Elon farted."
Supposedly, they don't have a nuclear weapon in Iran. At 18, they do have an air force with old planes, and when males turn 18 years old, they're required to join the military. So keep all of that in mind.
They're forced to.
Yes.
Well, that ain't right. But I mean, like that's considered wrong by
Matter.
our
Well,
standards, I would say, because it's like okay, well, that's not freedom, but like
so
they don't have the same type of
if
democracy
all
that we
males
do.
are military, then think about how it is.
There's an overabundance of women there. Should I move
Everybody's
over there? Or
aligned,
what? Well, no, because if
and
I
it makes
move
them
there, they're
more
just gonna
aligned than
make me
we
join the
think.
military.
Then it becomes people that aren't in the military versus that ain't. And any male that's 18 and up has been in the military.
Well, I mean, I always saw it as like people be like, "Oh, you should join the army, you join the military, blah blah blah, do this so like you can get a good job, like you can go to school, get a good job, and like you don't have to fight or whatever, blah blah blah." And I'm like, yeah, but I'm like that all sounds great, but I'm basically a slave to the government as long as my contract is active, so I'm all set.
We're always a slave to the government. What's up, guys? Hey,
Hey, what up, Train?
I just wanted to jump in.
Hey,
I don't know what y'all are talking about, but hey, everybody.
I mean, we are the slaves to the government, but here's the thing: like, I don't have to do their bidding. Like when you're a soldier, you have to like follow their orders and stuff, even if it's like immoral. And I'm not gonna do that.
Land of the deceived, home of the slaves. Came up with that today.
That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good.
Thanks. I was driving too. Multitask.
Dude, sometimes that's where I do my best thinking is driving or in the shower. Like I have like some of the heaviest thoughts ever.
The best thing I do when I'm driving is road rage. I'm really good at road rage.
Yeah, I stopped having road rage because I got in too much trouble. I was like, it just ain't worth it. I just have to treat everyone else on the road like they're 5. Like that's something that I can control. I can't control how other people drive, but I can control how I drive.
You do have to accept when you go on the road that a lot of the people can't drive. It's part of the day.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
it's a
horrible.
sad part of it, but I learned like to practice acceptance. Like I like pick my battles and like just accept the things that I don't have any control over. And like
What if they're driving 5 under in the fast lane on the interstate? Do you accept that or do you not accept that? I don't accept that.
well, no, I mean I accept that they're doing that, but I just go around them.
Yeah, that's what I do. I accept it and go around them.
Do you honk at them while you're going around them, and then after you pull in front of them, do you turn your flashers on? Just a question. Ask him for a friend.
No,
Absolutely not.
no, I get in front of them and then they're not my problem anymore.
It's not worth getting the blood
That's why
pressure
I'm
up
so good at
over
it.
it.
Yeah, there was a time where I would get pissed and I would drive by and flip them off or like throw something and be like, "What are you doing?" Like, but now it's like, why even waste the energy? Like, just like the task at hand is okay. This person's in front of me. That's my problem. How do I solve this problem? I get in front of them. Once you get in front of them, they're not your problem anymore.
And then you turn your hazards on and it makes you feel good because the person behind you who's driving so fast lane is like, why do they have their hazards on? And it's like, because you are a caution on the interstate. Anyway,
Dude, I
it's
seen a cop. Like I seen a video of a cop literally like somebody was going like 50 in the fast lane. The cop gets up behind them, puts his turns his lights on like he's pulling them over, and instead of them pulling over to the left, they would like because you're like not supposed to do that, but they put their blinker on, they merge into the lane to the right, and then they merge into the furthest lane on the right, the slow lane, with the cop behind them the whole time. So the cop is like merging with them behind them. And once they got into the slow lane, the cop just turned off his lights and went back to the fast lane.
yeah,
Like he
dude.
didn't even pull
I've
them over.
actually seen
He just
that,
had them
and
go over to the freaking he's like, here, get over in this lane because you're being freaking slow.
I wish that there were cops on the interstate that constantly just did that. Like maybe they even had like a special color car. It's just like get out of the way, man.
I mean, they want to write you tickets and stuff, but it's like at the same time, if somebody's just being like, they're not necessarily breaking the law. Like, because I noticed recently that there's a maximum speed limit, but on some highways it says like a minimum speed limit, like minimum 55 miles per
Correct.
hour or whatever. And I'm like, yo, is that new? Because like, if someone's going 50 in the fast lane, or if they're going 45 in the fast lane, like that's a problem. Like and beforehand they might not have had enough to actually pull them over and give them a ticket for it. But now it's like, okay, well, this says minimum 55 miles per hour. Like, sorry, now I got to write you a ticket because you're only going 50. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
those people deserve it.
It's, like you have to go at least 55, but you can't go more than 65. So just keep it at 60. Throw on your cruise control, freaking get to where you're trying to go. Only way to not get a ticket.
Oh, your boy ain't scared of a ticket, cuz. I see the
Well,
cops
your
before they
boy
see me.
is because I have way too many of them already.
No,
Yeah,
I
can't
got you. I
afford
got you,
any
brother.
more.
I got you.
I can't afford to pay more tickets, and I can't afford to add to my record.
You're one of those
It's
people that
already
uses cruise control, right?
sometimes. I mean, I drive a standard, so not when I'm in my car, but when I'm in somebody else's car and I'm on the highway, I'll usually throw on cruise control. But
What do you mean
like, it's
you
not
drive a
often.
standard?
I drive a stick shift, 6 speed.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if
I
there
know it's
was.
not very common. It's not very common these days. It's almost unheard of these days. Actually, it's a dying art.
Oh, I would have called it a stick shift. Around here we don't call it. I've never heard it called a standard, to be honest with you. No, I mean I know how to like drive one very well. I mean, I only say that just because I have experience and I grew up on it, kind of thing. Anyway, I was hoping that you were talking about like a truck on the road. I was about to be like, dude, no way, dude. Let me set you up.
No, like it's standard because before they had automatic transmissions, like that's all that there was. So it's either standard or automatic.
Hell
But
yeah.
I mean,
That's one of
what's
them ones, man. You burn rubber and you burn the clutch. Let's go.
when automatic became more popular, like people had to start calling it a stick shift. Like it's a slang term, but like they had to call it a stick shift so people knew what they were talking about. Because if you just said standard,
Interesting.
it's like you might not know. But I mean, realistically, it's called the standard. But people call it a stick shift because
No, yeah,
that's the
no,
only way
that
that
makes actually perfect sense.
people recognize it. Like even if I said 6 speed, like somebody that doesn't know, somebody that's only ever driven automatic and like they never really see people driving stick shift, like they won't know what a 6 speed is. Like you know what I mean? That's also kind of a bit of a slang term. Like it has 6 gears. But you can have like a manual transmission. That's another
You can have
like
6 speed auto
more
as well.
proper
Yeah.
word for it. Like a
Manual,
manual
manual shift.
is like yeah, like you actually manually shift it yourself instead of it automatically doing it for you. So I guess that
Hell
would
yeah.
technically be like the more correct term, but they usually would call it standard or like. But then when automatic came out, they had to differentiate. Oh well, this is manual because you actually manually physically have to change it instead of it happening automatically.
If I ain't using both feet while I'm driving, then what am I even doing? Holding a steering wheel? You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, using it as a drum kit. Your tunes. That's what I did before I had a stick shift. I was like, my steering wheel was a drum set.
There you go.
Be listening to System of a Down or something. Yeah, right on my right on my steering wheel. I don't even know if you heard that because I have fancy noise canceling software now, but I was banging on my desk.
What software?
It's called some Rick had me download. It's called
What does Rick
NVIDIA
Henry download
Broadcast.
mean? I don't
Rick
know where did software come from?
Rick in the server, he told me to install something called NVIDIA Broadcast, and
Is
it's the
Tricky Rick with a
software.
big stick up in this mug?
He was like a half hour ago, and he's gone now. But yeah, ever since that I installed that, it seems to be an improvement with my noise cancellation or whatever. But I don't know if how much it picks up and how much it doesn't. I think it's supposed to only pick up my voice and not pick up any other noises. But it's like an old version of it. He had like the files on his computer.
Oh yeah, oh, you're talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's right, because he's current the reason he got off is because he's currently moving all of your funds into his account.
Yeah. Yeah, he's draining my wallet right now, yeah.
Hey, that's why they call him Slick Rick.
He is pretty slick. I don't know where he went. I just messaged him, but he hasn't responded. Wait, has he? Oh, yeah, he did respond. He said, yeah. Okay, cool.
We see anything good out there in the wide world of crypto?
In the chart now, we're like kind of stuck between the CME close and perpetual CME close. When the volume dropped off completely. There was some volume that pushed us up
Yeah, I
out
noticed
of
that earlier.
what
Yeah.
was going to be the trap, and it didn't end up being the trap. So it's kind of like being a little bit confusing, but we are in this channel. We're in a descending channel, and it's continuously made that 95.7 area, 95.7 to 95.8 area. That's been consistent resistance.
Consistent resistance.
Consistent resistant ever since Thursday. So for
You
the
know, I'll
past
tell
2
you
days.
this. I was in long at and this is how I always try to think about it because it's just like interesting to me, and it seems like I try to, this is me trying to gauge my own psychological per se, but I was in um the 85, basically whenever it went down to like 84 recently, 85. Every trade I've made since there has essentially been long, and I've been able to like turn a profit on all those trades, thankfully. I think the last one that I was in before the current one that I'm in, I was at like 88-ish. And anyway, whenever we had the big green candle, I believe that I closed that position at 95.4. It could have been 95.1. I can't remember, but it was either 95.4 or 95.1. And I've just noticed that, like, whenever things like this happen, um, that place where I closed my position, where I look to, is the same place that I look to open a position, and it's generally on a weekend, and it's generally in a weekend trap. And anyway, here we are again. So it just, my only point is, it just feels like it's happening the way that it's supposed to happen, which is, I guess, the way did it be. So hopefully we can maintain momentum and push up. Just
Well, if
big
we're
picture.
ever gonna have this dead cat bounce, then yeah, we need to hold some momentum here. But if we don't, then like there's really like kind of in my mind, there's like two major targets. There's either 110 or there's 74. Like
Yeah, I got 108.
yeah,
That's my
that general
target.
vicinity.
No, yeah, no, I do know. I understand what you meant. I just was saying we're in the same page. Or
Like those are the two
74.
major targets. Yeah, or like 72 to 74 range versus the 108 to 110 range. Those are the two like real like targets, you know what I mean? Those are the only two real major targets. Like
Yeah, I guess.
if we,
I mean, to me,
if
it
we
seems
break
like if
one
we
of
were to
those
push,
levels, it's still going to be up in the air as to where we're at in the market.
to me, it feels like if we were going to push up to the 108, 110, it would be, hell, even over 100, right? Then it's going to be basically sideways green vectors, sideways green vectors. But if we turn down for what? I'm just saying that's how it feels to me. I'm not saying that that's truth. But if we were to go down, I feel like it'll be just like a slow drag, constantly thinking this is the bottom, like all those times before. But I guess we'll see. That's why we watch the charts, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, baby. I'll be right back. How do I do this?
I'm here, yo. I'm just running through some shit with the bot. A little bit of training. What's going on, Spike? Yeah, I know, right? That took some patience. Some real patience. I'm looking for a type 2 to add to my position. A little rejection off the 50 EMA. Come back down a bit. Grab this vector on smaller time frames. And add to the stack. Whenever you're ready, Litecoin, I got more money for you. Let me know. You could just get dominance to drop. That would be nice. Like, come on, like what are you fighting for? Just drop. Yeah, I'm waiting for a retrace to put some of my money back into XMR. I'm being greedy with it. If we get it, we get it. But we hit target 1, so under good conscience, there's no way I couldn't have taken profits there. I mean, what do I look like not taking profits there, you know? But as far as if I'm being too greedy for re-entry, maybe. But it's got some room to give back. Yeah, I know. At this point, I wouldn't say it's a great idea to start a new position. But if you've already got a couple X's off of it, compounding for a little bit more isn't horrible. But yeah, this thing, I mean, this thing ran the route. Shit looks like silver. Little baby silver. Where are we at? Team Whale, Team Market Maker. Look at you guys. See how it's not manipulation on the way up? It's only manipulation on the way down. Whenever Team Whale wants to drop prices, it's like, what's all this manipulation? Somebody needs to step in and regulate this bullshit. But when they're ready to pump, it's like manipulate away, baby. I'm not mad at it. I feel you. What do I think of what? Like, see, I'm not. I haven't done any research on that project, but I could look at the chart for you. Well, Off first look, it looks like shit. Unless you're short, in which you're printing. Massive high or low, but we don't care about that, right? We care about what's happening right now. Like you found somewhat of a floor for the first time after pumping here. Doesn't look dissimilar to some of the other alts that we're looking at, right? Had their big pump, came back, cleared their liquidity, holding high volume nodes. I mean, that was a nice pump, but it literally gave all of it back. Yeah, Neve, I put a Cypher bot on it last night. Just to clean it up a little bit. Huge stopping volume candle on the 4 hour. Well, you built a level and then you took a level, right? This is literally the only bullishness I can give you right now because this chart really looks bad. And without looking into the project to know what's going on, all I can give you is the technicals. So that was your original support. Right? You've reclaimed that resistance as support now. Let me see if we have any liquidation levels on this. Probably not. Oh, we do. Okay, let me see something. Yeah. As expected, with a coin that looks like this being pretty heavily shorted right now. All right. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario, obviously, you lose this support, you come back into this bottom range, and you basically just gave back all those gains and have to start building structure over. But best case scenario, if it actually holds, would be a liquidity sweep to the top side here. But you have to break this high volume node. And then you can target local highs. But yeah, just be careful. Again, I don't know what this shit does, but it chart doesn't look great. This would be a double bottom W, right? Your larger one. I'll draw the measured move, but concentrate on this first move first. So that SR flip right here, right? Support, trend into resistance is also your neckline for this double bottom W. Which takes you up through your next gap. None of this means shit if nobody buys it. Right? So make sure you dig into the fundamentals and find out exactly what you're trading here. But this would be your T1. Inshallah, that'll be your T2. Again, I know absolutely nothing about that project. That shit could rug pull tomorrow. It's just what the chart looks like.
if you want to check something moving, Decentraland just moved like 3% in the last half hour.
Oh shit, really? I mean, why not, right? Dash is running. Like, why can't the old Dino coins go? Somebody said earlier that gaming was showing some strength.
Yeah, GOT is moving too.
Bro, 3% in half an hour is so boring.
For Decentraland though,
Yep.
it might as well be parabolic.
That's bull run. Over.
All right, let's see, man. Honestly, I haven't looked at this for a while, so okay. V-shaped off the bottom. Well, W on the 4 hour. Did that come down low enough? Yeah, technically. Let's get it. Oh, 4 hour candle moving like a 1 minute though. Saw it like
Yeah, that was
Twitch.
wild.
There you go. Come on. Pop, pop, pop.
It's got a 300 mil market cap.
Well, there's 110 people. There's more people looking at this Decentraland chart right now than have ever looked at this chart in the past. Like,
For sure. I mean, I remember like buying it in 2021, I think.
we're basically shilling it right now. Nah, I just joke, man. I joke because of how strong it was before, you know, and it's like, you gotta laugh to keep from crying sometimes when you see projects sort of take hits like that. But, you know, some projects are really, really dependent on narrative. Like when the gaming narrative is here, they will go absolutely crazy. But if the narrative isn't active and nobody's really focused, then they tend to suffer. I mean, look at guns. You know, this thing got absolutely smacked. And I would I would venture to say that this move has a lot to do with why Decentraland's even moving, or why the gaming projects are even moving. Because this is how narratives catch light, right? It takes one coin to start doing something crazy, and then people are like, damn, well, guns is already gone. I can't get that. But what other gaming projects are low, right? And then it starts to rotate. And once people notice the rotation, then it becomes like a full-fledged narrative, you know? But you need something to go nuts. Like payments weren't, privacy wasn't a narrative until Zach went crazy. And then all of a sudden, well, Monero hasn't moved. You know, Dash hasn't moved. And then now all of a sudden we're in a, a privacy narrative. But it starts with one. It starts with one coin. This was nice. I mean, I don't think it's enough to spark a narrative per se, but it is enough to spark interest in the sector. The 3.5x on guns since the bottom.
I think the last time I traded gun was actually around this price. It's got a $41.5 million market cap, it looks like. Hey, Dbloc, real quick, did you go over Litecoin earlier? I can watch it on YouTube. I'm just asking.
Yeah, we went over it last night when we came to when we came down to this range. We were saying that it looked interesting because it had to hold.
Yeah.
And if it didn't hold, we would see that 30% drop down to refill the wicks, the 10-10 wick. Apparently, we weren't the only ones that realized the importance of the level because
I took my
We
chances,
caught a
coach.
bid. Yeah, I did too. I mean, it's like I said, those are the best type of trades.
They
Like,
are, dude.
it's scary because you're on the edge of a cliff, but because you know where the cliff edge is, you know where to put your stop. And it's like, okay,
Sure.
I'll risk 1% to see if this holds.
I think it looks pretty interesting right here.
So far, so good. I really want it to come down though. I'm looking for a 50 EMA retest on the 4-hour and have it come back down to support, clearing that vector on the 1-hour and giving me a nice type 2 entry at this uptrend, so I can add to my position. Because I went heavy, but I didn't yeet the whole bag. I'm not crazy either. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I do have some more money for Litecoin that hasn't found its home yet.
In like 6 years of trading, I've never bought Litecoin ever. Never traded it once. Today was the first day, just for the record. So
Litecoin changed my life, bro.
I love that. I love that too.
Litecoin's the one. I mean, I didn't fall in love with it or marry it. I haven't traded it since then. Rarely. But yeah. Bitcoin made me my first 6 figures. Bitcoin also lost me my first 6. And Litecoin got me back on the next run. I mean, Bitcoin did good too,
probably,
but Litecoin went crazy.
You know what prices you got in at way back that actually like made you that?
Yeah. I'd have to go back and look. That's a good question, though.
I'm just wondering if we're sitting at the same price that got you there.
Not horribly far.
Yeah, right. I like that. You know what I'm saying? That makes
we're
me feel
not
good.
horribly far away from it, bro. I'll be honest.
Yeah. We bought that.
This isn't old enough. This chart
bro.
isn't
I
old
like
enough.
the VP, the VRVP. That's my point. Actually, even with asking that question and all that, because I was like, man, this looks like healthy.
For an old chart, we need Litecoin on. No, we gotta go USD. We gotta go USD because this is before. Bitstamp. Before stables. Yeah, bro, not horribly far. Not horribly far. $30, 30 something bucks. It was before this run here. No, I'm lying. It was this one, 2017. So yeah, it was around $30.
Oh, and you sold before it came below where you bought. Like
Oh
you
yeah.
learned your lesson.
Yeah.
I love that, dude. That was so telling.
This here, I didn't play Litecoin in 2020.
I don't even think I've ever looked at this.
But it does tend to like we said, you don't tend to see the end of the bull market without a Litecoin run. Damn, I wish this isn't even the longest chart. I wish we had a longer chart. But yeah, this was the first bull run, second bull run. This is very not what we're supposed to look like. Honestly, this looks like ISM. I hate that my brain works like this, but give me a second.
Let's run it. Pretty much that was pretty much it. I figured you had already gone over it today, to be honest with you. So that was actually a shock to me. But thanks, man.
Wow. It looks exactly like ISM. Doesn't look a little bit like ISM. It looks exactly like ISM. ISM is the business cycle. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Yep. Monetary policy has a very big effect on us, and that's something that we learned, or that was solidified this year. Wow, that's kind of trippy how much that looks like ISM, though.
Yeah, it was, dude. That's odd.
So hold on, let me do this. Let's go to my ISM chart. So this is the business cycle. This goes back all the way to 1940, right? But for the most part, the tops of our business cycles come in at the very least at that blue, right? Actually, we can probably push it up a little bit to like here. Whether you go over or not, this is when the business cycle tops out and then you go into contraction. This is also where our bull markets come in. Right? If we put on the 4-year cycle, will this work on this chart? It probably won't. Well, the last couple ones you can see, right? Top of the business cycle, bull market ends. Bottom of the business cycle, accumulation begins for Bitcoin. Bull market ends. This was COVID. Bull market ends. But so what a lot of the super cycle bros are saying, this is the main argument for the super cycle, yo. This is why I'm not on board. The main argument for the super cycle is that the reason that Litecoin looks like this, and it's not just Litecoin. Saying the reason that Litecoin is doing an ISM impression, and this into a white, yellow. Right. So that's Litecoin. They're saying the reason that alts never had an alt season is because the business cycle never hit extremes. And that this is going to turn around and that this is still going to go up and that alts and everything are going to go up with it. And I don't see that. I see this as a failed business cycle. Business cycle never got going. And now we're sitting in a bear flag that's more than likely going to come down and hit the bottom, resetting the business cycle for the next cycle. Right? But their argument is no, it's going to pop, it's going to go, and we're going to flood the economy with liquidity, and that's all that the alts are waiting for. It's interesting because when I look at what we're looking at here, which is where we are right here, right? This is M2. M2 is going to control the liquidity for the business cycle, right? But we're also sitting in a bear flag for M2. Right? Now we do pop out of the top. But remember, just like crypto, just because M2 is going up doesn't mean that's going into business cycle. Just like it doesn't mean it's going into crypto.
Correct.
What if this is where gold and silver and platinum and copper just continue to run? So as far as what we're looking for now, we're here. I'm thinking that we get 104 with this move here. Right? 104 is my base case. For the weekend traps. I'm sorry, for the relief rally. We already hit my bear case, 97. My base case for the relief rally is 104. My bull case is 108. Right? So remember those numbers, 104, 108. Now we come back and look at liquidity. We have a pump up, which then retraces and finds a higher floor. And then one last pump. Right? And then, So I'm thinking what happens is we get that 104 on this. And if we're lucky and this holds and this last pump comes into crypto, this could be our 108 and possibly our top. Because what happens after that is that we run out of timing. Right? This is where we'll know for sure. February 28th. But this drawdown finishes, this last drawdown here is February, what, February 9th-ish? And when we come to the end, where this breaks down, Come on, work with me here. Right, that same flag that we're looking at there. So what if ISM breaks down in this breakdown here, right? And that ends up giving us our top. Also, look at our macro. It's how much time we have left for the historic accumulation period, right? And that's February 9th. So it adds up with that drawdown. So first move up. First move up here gives us our 104. Right? If we hold, you see how we're holding the range? We hold, we get accepted into this green range. This is our target range for the top of the bull, or for the top of the relief rally. If we then retrace, so now this is what M2 looks like. M2 looks like a drop, which is our final day here, a pop-up, a retrace that holds a higher level, a secondary pop, and then a rollover that breaks the flag. Right? Pop, come down, holds level, second pop up, and then a retrace that breaks the flag. So that's how I'm playing this. Now, since this is my base case 104, we have to be very careful in this section here. Because just because we want 108 doesn't mean we get 108. Right? We've seen M2 go up before and the money not come into crypto. Right? Because gold and silver has been sucking it up. So what if we get this push on gold, but we don't get this one? Right? Then that brings 104 as our top. If we take advantage of that last push and it comes in, then we can get that 108. But we have to be really careful once we get to this downturn here, which means I will be taking profit at 104 defensively. I will be acting as if that's the top. And then I will be reallocating if we do get that higher low for that move, and then I'm gone. That's how I'm playing it.
It's incredible this content's on YouTube.
I hope that you guys are following, because my brain's a little weird and it sounds like it makes sense when I say it out loud. But I know I'm looking at a lot of different shit. So I hope it's sticking.
I held on to every word. I have two questions for you, if you
Yeah.
don't mind. The ISM, is that what it is called?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the ISM. Okay, so like whenever I saw that, I was thinking, is that accumulation? I do see the bear flag. I'm wondering if from your point of view specifically, like totally your bias, if there is any from your point of view. Do you think that does the 4-year cycle like more heavily weigh on you, like what you believe is just going to happen, than it turning around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The 4-year cycle's already done its job at proving itself to me, right?
Right.
Us breaking the 4-year cycle is gonna have to do an equally convincing job of proving it. Like I can't throw away, 14 years of corroborating, data just because we might possibly, But because of that, that's how I'm playing it. Why I'm playing it, how I'm playing it. I'm playing this relief rally as it's a relief rally, but open to the idea that if we get above 108 and hold, that we could be looking at something different. I'm not that much of a 4-year cycle disciple that there's no. I'm selling everything. It could never happen. No, it could happen. It could happen. We don't know what's going to happen when Trump puts in this new guy, if he starts printing out of control. But just remember that ISM is the same thing as ISM equals PMI. So when we're looking for, we're getting the data dependent for the cuts and everything. When those PMI numbers come in, that's what it is, right? The PMI, the purchasers managing index, hasn't gone up because business is slow. They're not buying, and that's how we judge the business cycle, right? Are purchasers purchasing, right? Is inventory up? Is inventory down? Are they scaling up for buys or are they scaling down inventory for slow times? And so far, I mean, the tell of the tape right here. So what the argument is that when the money starts to flow, purchasers, purchasing managers will start to purchase and the business cycle will spark up and blah, blah, blah. But this is all dependent on global liquidity, right? And as good as this looks, it's not going to go on forever. Oh, hold on. Let me bring this back down to earth. And so this is where we're at currently. It's just insane all-time highs. Now, the reason that this is a problem is because global liquidity also runs on a 4-year cycle and it's extended, right? It's already right translated.
Is that 4 months out?
This is 100 days out.
Oh, my bad, dude.
No, you're good.
Yep.
So October, show you where the bottom of our bear market is supposed to land. Well, I already have it drawn out. Okay. Bear market bottom. So this needs to contract, right? Global liquidity is going to go into a contraction eventually here. It just hasn't done it yet because the money is going absolutely nuts, in my opinion, into silver. Remember that silver, while what's a better way to show this? While gold is on 100-day, while Bitcoin is on 100-day offset to global M2, gold isn't. Gold is on almost a 0-day offset to global M2, which means as central banks print before the money goes out and gets dispersed, which takes 100 days to get to, it gets spent on gold. They print money, they buy gold. Right. So this, to me, is our current, what we've seen since, what this, you would have to set this back, but this is about how long the gold. Let me just do it like this. Hold on. This is a better idea. You take that, copy over here, go to gold. Why does it do that? All right, hold on. I have it saved. There we go. Let's only come back to this far. Anyways, gold is on a bit of a 0-day offset with M2, right, as you can see. Which means as central banks are printing, they're buying gold and buying silver. We add silver to the chart. You see where gold, excuse me, breaks its correlation with M2 here, where M2 continues to run and gold goes flat a little bit. But look at how it caught up with silver. Right? So what you're seeing is the flip from central banks buying gold to buying silver. But still on a 0-day offset. Which means when we look at price here, and we're like, where's this going? Where's this going to go? Is it going to come into crypto? We already know where it went. And it went there in real time. So that's why I'm not looking at this and saying, oh, super cycle, alts are going to keep running. Look at liquidity. It's going to keep, it'll have to prove it. Open to it, but you're going to have to prove it. And the time to prove it is going to be right here. After what should be our high, when we break and put in this low, and this starts to regain power, if crypto is not following, it's a wrap. That's it. Problem is you don't want to wait till here to find out. Much better idea to TP at the highs and then pay attention at the lows than to hold into the lows, be underwater, and just, you know, let YouTube tell you that this is going to super cycle and you're stupid for selling. But I'm nobody's dad. It's not financial advice. I'm just telling you how I'm playing it and what I need to see and when I need to see it to change my mind.
Yeah, it's worked out. It's worked out like that way over the past year that you've been showing it.
So far, so good, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it until you see evidence.
I heard that.
That's, you know, the contrary. And so many people talking about, oh, we're not correlated to M2 anymore. No, y'all just doing it wrong. Respectfully. These are the guys that want to map it up. They want to match it to the chart. There's a reason why this isn't matched to Bitcoin chart. There's a reason why there's not a Bitcoin chart here. What they want to do is what we were able to do in the beginning, right? It was easy when everybody fell in love with the idea, was that Bitcoin just followed step for step for step for step. But the problem is gold and silver came into the mix. And what they don't understand is just because global liquidity is going up, it doesn't mean that what you're holding is going up. It means that the money's there. So if global liquidity is going up and your asset isn't going up, then nobody wants what you're holding. Or at least not enough people to, you know. The money's there, guys. Like the money is there. Look, just since Venezuela, 20% on all shipping companies that we were looking at. 20%, 13%, 41% on aluminum, 21, 32% on refineries. Even U.S. gold has been slipping. It hasn't been doing much, but it did 13%. Canadian oil sands, 16%. Suncor, 20%. Right? Brazilian petroleum refinery, 13%. Convenience, 19%. And then metals. I mean, Guys, metals. Metals, metals, metals. But what we're waiting for is that rotation, or at least what we're hoping for is that rotation, or that last final. What the super cycle guys are hoping for is that rotation. What I'm hoping for is that history repeats the way it always does, because it's based off of the psychology of traders. When you go into a bear market, and we're all still human, at least most of us.
You a savage, coach.
Yeah, I think it will come to crypto. The problem is that people think that the metal super cycle is going to end sooner than, like, they think it's going to end now and then the money's going to come in. And I don't think so. I think we get to the bottom of our bear market before that money rotates. And then when crypto's at bottom basement prices and it looks like the best asymmetric trade across all assets, then we'll see that inflow. Some point, September, October next year. But my argument is that we don't need that inflow to get the targets that we're looking at right now. Right? We just need for the whales that accumulated at 90 to be greedy enough to hold it till, 100 plus, which so far seems like their intention. And if we do it right while it's pumping the way you're supposed to, then for the first time in recorded history, we'll be able to sell our bags to institutions instead of some other poor schlub, Let the institutions buy our bags at the top and get out.
It would be wild if we all banded together as crypto bros and gals and dumped all the crypto on the institutions and then caused them to go bankrupt. Just like in general. That'd be like good payback. Like we the people finally put them out of business kind of thing.
Out of business is a bit a stretch. Nah, they're gonna win at the end. But that doesn't mean we don't. It just means they're starting the game with way more capital.
I like how you said it has to prove it to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're so right, because I'm looking at the Litecoin chart and I'm seeing the uptrend that it's held over all these years, right? And it's like, oh, dude, we're going to 130, and the takeaway is it has to prove it to me.
Yeah, it's easy to get there. It's easy to convince yourself, be bullish and all that, but trust but verify. You know what I mean? Like, make sure it proves it. Especially when you're in a counter trend rally. And remember, what we're doing here isn't easy work. A lot of people don't even mess with this type of run. Right? We are in a macro bearish trend.
Yeah.
There's no other way to look at it. We are in a macro bearish trend that will probably take us to the bottom of the bear, and we're long. It's a counter trend rally. So you need to use different sort of defensive measures at that time, right? Just make everything prove it. Don't leave anything up to chance.
This little bit of the bear that we've had, I guess, I mean, I'm just saying little bit of the bear, assuming that 40 years is going to play out.
Mm-hmm.
But the little bit of the bear that we've had, and before I got to the channel, I was I didn't let the chart prove it. It's just like, oh yeah, we're gonna hold here, you know. Like doggy coin when it was at 70 cents and then we go to like 65. It's like, oh yeah, we're gonna hold here. But like being on this channel has given and this isn't like me blowing smoke. I'm just saying in
Nah,
general.
glaze me.
All right, dog. I mean, whatever.
Just playing.
But like being on this channel and like the fundamental concepts of all of this, right? The weekend trap, and then the false move, and then the 3-day reverse, and it's like it doesn't matter if I think that it should just go up every week. It's gonna do the same thing unless it invalidates itself
until it
or
doesn't,
FOMO comes in.
you know. And even with that sort of level of certainty, we're still here every day watching to make sure that it behaves the way it's supposed to. Because, like I said, market makers could easily push this, destroy the trap. We're in the middle of a war between market maker and whales, so it wouldn't surprise me in the least.
Yeah, no, exactly. Sorry, I keep seeing things.
Yeah,
Charts, that is.
Give me a second. I'll be right back.
Yes.
Everyone pay attention to Smokey. He missed us.
Basically, what I was saying is that I can just accept that downtrends are downtrends. I could never accept that before, but now it's like, all right, I can accept it. It's got to prove it.
Understanding the cycles is important. Daily cycles, weekly cycles, monthly cycles, 4-year cycles. It helps sort of give you a standard to know when things are off. Right? It's not that they have to play out, but when they don't play out, you know that something is different. And it's worth paying attention to. And yeah, everything ebbs and flows, bro.
Yo, D, if you got a second.
Next alt. Yeah, what happened?
All right. Normally I don't do type 4 entries, and this price action's been real crazy. It's been vectors. I'm looking at sandbox, right? So we had like a whatever, an 8 to 10% move in like a short time. However, on the one day, I got a W, and we went up and we're almost coming back down to do the Livermore pivot. And if so, I was considering getting in, being that the measured move is like 16% from that point. But on a small time frame, it's been vectors like since the move. So, whatever, maybe we retrace half, but I don't know if this screams, like whatever, some type of manipulation or some warning signs that I'm not seeing. So
I
just,
mean, it's pretty set up to go. I mean, it dropped that vector on the daily, came back, reclaimed, didn't invalidate. Larger time frames look decent. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like if you go to the 15, this current move up. It's basically the same thing that's going on with everything else, right? You're sitting on a high volume node above a pretty decent gap. Daily open, sort of mean reversions underneath you. You haven't retested your 50 on the 15 since the move up. So you're right to be a little hesitant here. Let me see. We rejected off of anything significant, yeah. So this SR flip, which was support, now turned to resistance. Would be a decent place for that Livermore pivot. Question is, how deep do the vectors go? Let's assume that was the top and see where 50% of our vector would be. I mean, it's within the margin of error. That would be a decent type 4 entry if it holds there. Come down, hold the top of the range, look for volume, obviously.
All right, so you know, again, my way of viewing this or whatever. First, on a day I checked it, and you know, I pulled my fib. It went to the golden pocket before this move, right?
Okay.
Now I went from local price action, so pretty much from the vectors up, pulled the fib from there to there, local fib, and the pivot is like between 0.5 and, you know, 0.68. So, you know, again, these are, to my opinion, you know, looking, you know, what a ideal.
I mean, it looks good.
Then
Like
I
we were
took the
just.
measurement of the W, and it's like 16% up if we were to break that support resistance you just drew.
Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it's that gaming narrative is starting to bubble. It's still early. We were just talking about it earlier, right? With guns and with Decentraland moving, and now Sand looking like it wants to do something. So it's getting some attention. The narrative is getting some attention. Levels we wouldn't want to break would be that 12 cents. Even if it came back for a full retrace and like tested its 50 on the 4 hour or something, as long as you didn't take out these lows. But you'll be able to tell by the volume. When we come down, just pay attention. You want nice volume, right? You want people stepping in to buy at that retest of the neckline. If not, chances are you could fall through that high volume node right there at 271 and end up coming down to 2 or 1 2. That's the only sort of danger I see there.
Thanks, man. Again, I'm trying to build more confidence in the things that I'm watching.
Yeah, no, you're on point, bro. You're looking at the right things. Now, this could just keep running also. You're not guaranteed. The problem with type 4 entry is that if they're your only entry, you do run the risk of having one of those moments where there is no retracement and it just goes. But that's why I want to see if there was any significant sort of resistance there. Yeah, just watch it close.
Appreciate your time, man.
Yep, yep. Yeah, I'm starting to lose my patience with trolls. Not trolls. I respect a good troll. Low effort trolls, though. Really have no patience for them right now. It's almost like disrespectful to my past as a troll.
Can you define that low level troll
It's just, you know,
versus like the good one?
high level trolls are good. Like, we've had high level trolls that we kept around for 4 or 5 years. It's like they know when to troll. It's just enough troll to be spicy, but not like desperate. You know what I mean? But some guys just come in and just want to push buttons, but there's like little to no effort. Like you can tell they're used to trolling in rooms that are easily trollable, I guess.
Ah, I understand. Thank you.
High level trolls, you don't even realize you're being trolled. A good example of a high level troll that isn't a troll, but just as an example, would be like Zeusy. Like if we found out that Zeusy was trolling this whole time, I'd be like high level troll, right?
Dude.
As opposed to somebody that comes in and is like, so, you know, how about that Trump guy? Or so, abortion. Let's talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, bro, get out of here with this bullshit. You got to just try to do better than that, you know? Yeah, Zeusy's not even French. It's all an accent. Like, that would be great.
That, dude, that was the perfect example. I mean, it really was. Because he is the kind of person that'll be like, no, or like, you know, of course he'll, you know, like contradict himself to himself, against himself, or argue with himself or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, he's like devil's advocate, no matter whatever way it's
You
played.
would think Zeusy's a troll if you've never heard him talk to himself.
So true.
We've been here long enough where you've heard him talk to himself for like an hour about a certain trade, and he'll like the same thing he does to you, he does to himself. Like he'll change his mind, he'll flip, he'll take the he'll take the devil's advocate to his own position. That everybody should do that though. He just does it out loud.
Absolutely.
But everybody should do that. If your thesis is solid, it can handle being tested. Right? People get upset because maybe they don't have full conviction in their theory. Right? So anybody questioning it kind of shakes them. But if you've looked at what you've looked at and you believe what you believe, right? Unless somebody can explain to you why you're wrong, them questioning your position shouldn't make you aggro. I mean, honestly, Gnomes, I think we just stay right here, man. I think we're gonna trap in this weekend trap, unfortunately. Come down, hold demand. I do expect deviations out of this trap during this weekend, though. There's just way too many liquidations. Right? Not enough to free trap longs or trap shorts, but enough to come up and just clear, which is why I'm interested in these channels we're putting in. Because that's sort of the height of what I would look for. Come up, take those 100x's, some of the 50x's, and then settle back down. Maybe grab some of these guys. But we just can't forget that it is the weekend. And even though Market Maker has been getting his little ass whooped by whales lately here, trying to do his thing, he's still in control. I wouldn't even doubt that Market Maker breaks his own weekend trap to the downside just to clear those liquidations that he's been trying to clear. 93.4, 92. This has been the motivation for the longest. But we'll see. Base case is that we sit right in this weekend trap. I would love for market maker to have his way and to just go and just rip it. Rip it, grab that, get it out of the way. Because whales, you know, the thing is that whales aren't going to change their mind just because market maker rips liquidity. Whales are still intent on going up and making money off of the Bitcoin that they bought in the 80s. So screw it. Let them jump in. You know? You guys want it to go up? Cool. Prove it. Let's sweep this liquidity and then let's see some billions of dollars come in the 93-ish area. I bet you market maker doesn't stop the pump then. But you keep working against market maker motivations, it's going to be harder. You're spending more money to get smaller moves. Problem is that while market makers communicate across exchanges, whales do not. If there was a whale group that all the whales were in, somebody would have stood up by now and been like, look, guys, let's chill out for a second. Let market maker do his thing. Let's all jump in at so-and-so. But whales fight each other too, so there's not a lot of cooperation between them.
That's so true.
Whales are constantly trying to take each other out, while market makers run weekly swings to make sure that they don't step on each other's toes. It's like a different playbook.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around what's going to happen when CME goes 24/7. Man.
Just lean on our other edges. Market makers aren't... The need for market makers to not step on each other's toes doesn't disappear when CME gap does. It's just going to affect one part of the cycle. And it's still going to be a low volume weekend. And all the orders that come in during the weekend are settled on CME open, which means explosive moves going into the week, which means false move is probably still a thing. Right? Low liquidity builds liquidations above. Orders that come in during the weekend all get put in on the same time at the same time. So you're getting a mass liquidity push at the beginning of the week that clears one side or the other, and that probably still leads to your 3-day down and probably still leads to your midweek reversal. What's going on, Pavel? It's important to respect your edges, bro. You know, we get comfortable with these edges and we think they're always going to be here, but they're not. Right. So if you've been slamming these CME gaps for the past year, 2 years, you know, cool. But like, you've kind of been fighting the idea of it and you're just now coming around to the idea that it works. It's like, yeah, you don't have a lot of time left to play with it. Maybe another year, maybe 6 months.
I'm sure the psychological aspect of the false move in the 3-day would still be in play as well.
Mm-hmm. People love patterns, bro. The moon doesn't control whether or not the harvest of apple is bigger this year than it was last year, but people still trade moon charts, right? Because it was an edge that they once had, that everybody knew about, that everybody played with, and when it didn't matter anymore, people still did it. It's human nature. Only thing that traders love more than profit is a target we can agree on. Something that gets everybody trading in the same direction. CME is one of those, you know.
Facts.
Bro, they're talking about Greenland. He's talking about Iceland now too. I'm like, yo, we gotta chill. We really gotta chill. It's just not a good look. My food's about to get here. What's for dinner, y'all? What's going on, Pavel? I've never been able to eat liver. Maybe I just never had it somewhere where they cooked it right, but that shit was always so dry. Like a weird texture. No, I do not copy trade, Pavel. I do not. If there's anybody in your DMs offering you copy trading, that is a scammer. Block them. Take a screenshot, send it to me, and I will block and report them as well. We don't offer copy trading. We don't have any exchange links. Those are scammers. I mean, if that's what happened, I'm just assuming because that's what they like to do. They like to offer copy trading. Yes, I will never I will never reach out to you first in DMs, guys. Not because I don't love you, but because I do love you. There's no way to prove that I'm not a scammer unless I just do not reach out. You have to message me on DM or you're not going to get a message from me. Make sure that you look at the names very closely, right? It'll be like dbloc.eth1 or dbloc.eth or dbloc, 1.eth. The reason I don't like copy trading is because, like, you don't learn anything. All right, so you find somebody to copy trade, cool. 3 years from now, he retires. Now what? Find somebody else to copy trade? You've learned absolutely nothing in those 3 years. You can find me on Discord in the members list or through any of the official messages I've put out. It's the one that says, well, you'll see me in there. The scammers aren't in the Discord. They get kicked immediately when we find them. And most of them are coming from older members that got their friend role for free when you didn't have to pay to get in before the family role came out. So that's why I'm asking everybody to please get their family role, because it'll help me and the mods weed out the hackers. No, in the Discord right now is only 2 Dblocks. Me and me. My personal account and my account. And neither one of them is gonna message you first. But the easiest way to message me is just go to where we're talking, right? Click on my chart. Make sure it's me. Click on the name. That's why you hear everybody on YouTube say, I will never message you first. That it's everybody deals with the same thing. And literally the only way to defend against it is to let people know that you'll never message them out of the blue. And I will never ask you for money. It's a $50 one-time fee for lifetime access to the Discord right now until prices go up. But there's no copy trading, there's no exchange thing, there's no mentorship program as of right now, there's no inner circle, there's no any of that. So your number one clue that it's not me is that they're asking you for money. That's me. That's the only me. And that's the first message that we've ever had together. You see it, Pavel? Yeah, they always start with the same stupid message. So, what are you looking to get out of our community? Or whatever that bullshit is. It's one of my least favorite parts of the job is dealing with these low lifes. Nah, this is a nothing right now. Until further notice, this is a this. You need to either absorb supply or demand. Damn, I might need to get him in here to teach us something, huh? Jesus, 53K on Tesla stocks every day. Maybe I should copy trade him. I'm sorry, bro. I wish there was a way to keep the community safer from those type of people, but only thing protecting us from that is just common sense and to keep repeating that I don't offer those type of services. It's definitely not me. And spoiler alert, he's probably not making 53K on Tesla every day either. Nah, we do. We do. Duck and Gloomy are usually on the hunt in the chat. It's gotten a lot better since we went family roll, like a lot better. But they're still out there.
Dbloc, I sent you a notification. I sent you a message, DM.
I got you.
That I'm gonna send you some money.
Give me 1 second. Hopefully you haven't sent him any money, Pavel. Unfortunately, there has been Discord members that fell for it. Just think of it like this: if I offered copy trading, I would be talking about it all day. I'd be literally promoting that shit. So if it sounds iffy, just automatically assume it's bullshit and contact me directly. Even if it sounds good, even if it sounds like it's possible, it doesn't hurt. Just close the conversation, find me directly, say, hey, is this you I'm talking to? Before you send a single dollar to any one of these hooligans. I just want to see if this flag's going to invalidate so I can remove it from the chart before I go eat. I'm starving. Hungry. Dominance is dead, man. That's the hourly for dominance. Look at how long we've been stuck in this little range here. You're good to go, Chris.
Good luck.
It's me, Pavel. You see why I don't message first? You told me to message you hi, so I messaged you hi. He's like, is it you or fake? I'm tired of the fake ones. It's me, bro. Just block all the other ones. That's too funny. Alright, y'all, let me get this dinner out of the way. Get some food, and then we'll be back to the grind. Yeah, I'll give you guys something to do while we're gone. Alright. I'll be back, y'all.
What up, cuz? Wait. What up, cuzzo? All right. Hold that shit.
Well, I'm asking for quotes from people that weren't you.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, you might have an open mic.
Oh, hold on. My bad. Sorry. Phone call.
There you go, guys. You good?
Thank you.
Let's go. It's my turn to trade. Drop it, baby. Drop it like that. Aha. What up? What up? Can a player play?
It's good, everybody.
What's the deal?
Chilling. I just popped out for a little bit. Just getting back to the crib. Just in time to get excited for nothing.
I'm just, I got left behind earlier. I was asleep, so I'm trying to, see if I can get a little entries for something.
Dominance looks like it's starting to drop finally, which is more impressive than Bitcoin actually. Let's see.
Okay. Maybe I need to go look on that side then. What's a good one? Litecoin's been kind of.
Still waiting for it to come down, but dominance takes a tumble here. It might not. Like it too, though.
Yeah, it's kind of cheap still.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, why are they suppressing it?
Excuse me. It just had some really big sell-offs.
Who would do that? I don't know. Grayscale, probably.
Somebody that's tired of holding it. I mean, you can imagine if you had equal weights, Sui, Soul, Litecoin, Link, kind of staring at your Litecoin bag like, you know, double guessing it. All I need is for this to play. Not even being greedy with it, really. Let me get this drop. And then you can have my money. Not too much to ask, right?
I mean, damn, it looks like it's like perfectly.
Yeah, but it really wants to go here. I'm not gonna lie. This W pattern is decent. And it's off the 200. Yo, I hate Miami, bro. You literally cannot leave the house without spending $1,000.
Damn, I thought I was bad on 100.
I wish 100 to get you parking and maybe something to drink at the gas station. Crypto's ruined me, bro. Getting into crypto first made me spend money like it was nothing, like it was just water. Staying in crypto for this long makes me second guess every dollar I spend. I'm like, yeah, that's an extra $1,000 on Litecoin I could have just bought tonight, you know, or whatever. But that's a good way to become a hermit. Gotta remember what we work hard for. Live life, enjoy life. I'm telling you, this doesn't look bad. I do want that vector, but can't lie. She's holding on that 50. What's going on, chat? Where are we sitting right now? Oh, let's see. What's the damn, we're pretty 50-50. 58% Team Whale, 42% Team Market Maker.
I don't think it's coming to your type 1 entry. I'm just
on what?
That your Bitcoin.
Oh no. No. I'm not worried
I'm
about
just
that.
trying to see if I can get some fluky dip here where I can get in. I didn't get in. Closer I can get to it, the better, because I know what type of games you're going to play to get me out at type 2.
What did I miss while I was gone? Let me see something. Excuse me. Yeah, I've been abusing the hell out of Cypher bot just to put him through the paces on just the most random shit. I just typed, I've been away from the chart for 5 hours. Fill me in on what I missed. Let's see. While you're away from the screens for the last 5 hours, the market's been locked in a high stakes midnight grind. There hasn't been a massive blow off top or total collapse, but the market makers are clearly trying to bait retail longs into a trap. Here's your 5-hour recap. High around 10 o'clock, TC95, currently it's at 93. Lower bleed, volume spike fully ramp up. Alright, that's random. Basic. Long flush, yeah, liquidity still down, 1.5 and 94. Market maker's target, we know that. Asian open. Looking at Hong Kong markets open. Initial sentiments mixed neutral. Funding rate stayed neutral to low. It means the market isn't overheated with leverage right now. Might prevent the massive 94K flush from happening tonight. Noticeable news. Anything? Any news? No new bombshells. High bits in accumulation. Pretty cool. Didn't expect it to give me much. It was just a test. I think they take that 1.5 bill at 94 personally.
Well, that'll stop you out.
Mm-mm.
Oh, you're below 94?
Yeah, my stop loss is below. Now, if we break that 800, then we have an issue. I moved my stop loss when we made this, when we put in this bullish channel. I just scooted it underneath the bottom range of the bullish channel just to be safe in case we do hold this.
Pretty roomy.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm willing to buy anything between here and there. Right. My average right now is here. Excuse me. Just roughly. And price drops underneath it, right? Let's say it comes down and hits the 800. And I buy there, buying heavier than my initial entry. So instead of my stop loss being in the middle, it'll be somewhere around here. Or not my stop loss, my average. Right. So instead of taking an L from here to down here and risking almost 1%, I'll be risking less than 0.25% to see how it plays out. I'll do that all day, every day. It's like the cost of seeing the flop. But that only works if I buy lower. Excuse me.
Yep, that's where I can buy. We can buy together.
People don't understand sometimes don't understand the power of buying heavy lower, even when you expect price to continue to drop if you're underwater on a position. But that's easy to screw that up too, so that's not necessarily something I'm trying to teach. So golden pocket hit here. Yeah, I pulled the fib from the low to the high, just this impulse. Yeah, yeah. Go. It's almost like I can see it already. Like when I look at the chart, I can almost see it already filled in. Talk about walking this thing down and then back up again. It looks crazy on the 4 hour, but that's because it's a 5 minute, 15-minute chart, right? BlackRock, China. What was going on up there? Oh, that was ATH. Yeah, looks about right. What a ride this has been, y'all. That's a freaking understatement.
Yeah, we need BlackRock to sell.
This shit.
They said it's a seasonal investment, so they better stick with their little their little plan.
Oh, they sold, but they also went through a lot of trouble to load back up here. And now the ETF inflows have flipped to aggressive accumulation.
It's an awful lot of money,
and we really started following it down here because we started following it down here because it started to become obvious. But if we run it back, look. If we run this back to 10 o'clock, right there's at the top of that.
I wonder if they sold into the 97, 96 push, whatever that was we did.
At the top of that. If you think this gets you mad, right, being that blatant, and now that it's obvious to us, right, because we see it. $10.10 at 10 o'clock. That's when shit hit the fan.
They love the number 10.
What happened?
So they love the number 10.
They did is so nasty, bro. So nasty. Look, 10 o'clock. I'm just backtracking now just to see how. What was it? I thought it just said 10 o'clock right there. Am I tripping? Oh, it's over here. No, I'm tripping. It was right here. Yeah, it's right there. 10 o'clock.
Can you have your bot correlate all the BlackRock outflows to the 10 a.m. dumps?
I could dig into it, yeah, and see. I don't think it's just them though, because I know Jane Street was also dumping off crazy. It was almost like that 10 o'clock dump. The big one just set a signal to all institutions like, hey, we're going to ride this train for a little while. Pay attention.
It would make sense, being that, they're gonna move heavy money and probably all of them will, of course, move up, so they know like 9:30 to 10 is a big, push
Yeah.
up. And it's a perfect time to, have less slippage.
Look, this deviation right here was also at 10 o'clock. Oh, no, it wasn't. Why is it doing that? Why is it telling me the wrong time and then I zoom in? Yeah, 10 o'clock. Okay. This started at 10 o'clock too. Oh, I already marked. Why is that all the way over here? What's going on with my shit? Yeah, well, what can you do? Live and you learn. They did make for some amazing plays though. Because it was fun buying those dips every day as long as you remembered that it was probably going to go left. These are the recent ones, right? We're seeing the change of sort of structure here, the change of character, right? We're starting to get no dumps. This actually finished dumping at 10, right? Where they stopped at the dump. This is about where it started, in my opinion, the day after Christmas. Stopped the dump. Here again, they stopped the dump. Here they sold off a little bit. Here they sold off a little bit. Here they pumped us. They do here. Basically just flat. Didn't really make any moves. We had 10 a.m. dump here. We had 10 a.m. dump here. It's 10 p.m. Flat, flat. Yeah. I think that it's pretty obvious that whales have switched to
Dbloc,
go
hi.
mode.
How you doing?
Hey, what's going on?
Long time no say hello. I'm sorry.
You're good, bro. What's going on?
I'm just chilling. I wanted to bother you about that AI you made or whatever.
Talk to me.
Do I need a special role to use that?
Yeah, you gotta have a family role. It's
Do I count?
the $50 one-time fee. It's the family role. It's the second link underneath rules.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta get some drops. Give me 1 second.
You know who this is, right?
All right, my bad. I had to put some drops in my contact. Almost popped out on me. Expect this, right?
You know who this is? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. You recognize my voice,
of
man?
course, bro.
Still after all this time?
Mine like a steel trap. Nah, I'm bullshitting. You
No,
got a
it's all good.
recognizable voice though.
Yeah, I know. It's
You
been
been
6
good though?
years. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what's up.
God, your chart. All right. You know what? I'm gonna hit you with what you hit me with a long time ago.
What's that?
Your chart looks like a Miami strip club.
Oomph, 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 oomph. Yeah, we're just trying to see if this golden holds right here.
I dig all the black lights.
Chart looks like my office, but my office
Was it
looks
all
like a
black
Miami
lighted out?
strip club. Yeah,
It's
we're
all
on
black
YouTube
lighted
right
out.
now. I'm cammed up on YouTube.
Oh yeah, I've never been to your YouTube channel. Let me go look at that.
Check it out. Hit me with a little
Is it
like.
just Dbloc or what?
Crypto Cypher. I got you, Jay. I fixed it.
6K followers, nice.
Yeah, we're getting there, man. Not a
Whoa,
great time for crypto YouTube right now in general.
I don't know if I got the right thing or not because I got a tabla artist or a sitar artist.
We're at, what are we at right now? Let me see.
Oh, dude, this is music production. This isn't the right crypto cipher, man.
No, that's definitely not the right crypto cipher. It's with a Y. Cipher.
Cipher with a Y? You
Yeah.
mean? That would be why.
We
Oh wait, I
are
spelled it with a Y.
currently at 7.46K. Almost at 8K. We're almost at 7.5K, y'all. We only hit 7K like 2 weeks ago, feels like.
There it is. 3.2K views. All right. Found you. I'm subscribing all that for you.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Yep.
W sub. W Chaco in the chat. What about the whales, Leighton? I forgot what I was saying.
Well, you were doing TA about
Yeah, but
You were
Lighten was
just doing
asking me
TF.
something about whales. We were talking about the whale market maker war earlier. Come on, Litecoin.
What are you trading on right now? You got anything specific you're looking at?
My portfolio is hella boring right now, bro.
Yeah, me too. I'm
Just
feeling the top.
ETF applicants, and I've already gotten rid of all my sketchy shit. Just trying to squeeze a little bit of extra juice out of this orange before it's all over.
Yeah, I'm feeling the top. A lot of people are saying, we're still in the bull market. I see you're still on the 4-year cycle thing, and I have to agree with that. I mean, there's no reason. Nothing has shown that's not happening. It
I can't
was
find a
actually like
reason to disagree.
clockwork. It was clockwork when it started dumping. So I mean,
The 4-year cycle indicator that I have in the Discord, it's free. It's for all roles. But if you just slap that on and go to the weekly, it's pretty hard to argue.
yeah, I don't need it, man.
It's
I
like
charted this out 6 years ago.
like pretty hard to argue that was the top.
Yeah, I charted it out 6 years ago. It was like every freaking winter, around November, December. You have the end of the cycle, a year of bear market, 1 year of slow recovery, and then 2 years of actual bull market. And it's been clockwork. And until it's not, I'd have a hard time trying to say this time it's different. You know, it's-
Welcome to the club.
That being said, there's still more blood to get out of this. There's still more.
I'm in a BTC short right now.
Where'd you get in?
Where did I get it? Oh, Lord. Go figure. I quit paying attention. I'm sort of round tripping a little bit. I got in at 951, and we're about to hit 951. I want to see us get rejected by 951. Actually, that would be the 200 MA on the 5-minute.
We should get rejected before that. That vector candle is done at like right around this 50 and probably only thing we're going after here. Unless we go for the full vector recovery. But either way, I'm looking for 94. Clear all of this. 94.3. And then I'm gonna place my bets and take my ass to sleep.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's light leverage for Bitcoin standards. My liquidation is up at like 96.3. It's a small amount.
I'll be honest, right now this shit is secondary. I mean, we are looking for a type 2 entry if we get a higher close than like 94.3. But with the way everything else is doing, like I've been racking it in since the damn Venezuela thing. All the tanker plays that we played are up 20%. As soon as the waterways open back up, our refineries are up 20%. Aluminum's up 40%. Silver is up a ridiculous amount. Gold is up a ridiculous amount. Canadian oil sands is going crazy. Suncor is going nuts.
Yeah, it seems like stocks are outperforming crypto by a lot.
I mean, this is all news based, right? This is all Venezuelan based. These trades right here within the 3 hours of that it took for that I don't even want to call it a war, for that arrest warrant to be served, we planned out literally the next month of trades. That night was fun.
Well, I was kind of mentioning the point that, you know, for the first time ever, for, you know, let's just say the bull market for Bitcoin, it was outperformed by precious metals.
Yeah.
It was even outperformed by the stock market. It underperformed everything, basically.
You can ask the guys in here, when everybody was screaming, what alts do I buy? I was like, metal super cycle. Don't expect alts to go crazy. Gold, silver, platinum, copper is the rotation.
Yeah, but when those top out,
We'll be at the bottom of our bear market, waiting for some money.
so you think we got metals for the next year?
I think that it's going to continue to run for at least the next 3 to 4 months. We're already 20% into this bear market. You think about it, right? October 6th was the top. We're already 4 months in. And the time that it takes from gold to rotate into, yeah, I mean, that would be lining up. That's how I'm
So
playing
there's
it. My hedge during the bear market is silver. Silver,
there's a
gold,
weakness
platinum,
in the
copper, aluminum.
there's a weakness in the force here, right? What'd you say? Just think about it. I mean, November, December is usually the top. When we had our top early. But then
Our
again,
top came right on time.
this
No, our
cycle,
top
the
wasn't
4-year
early.
cycle.
Our top wasn't early.
Huh?
Our top, if you want to call it early, it was early by a week. We topped on the 6th. Our end by math should have been November 3rd.
Yeah, November.
So yeah, we topped by like 2 weeks early or something like that. But I mean, compared to this, was a good one. This one we topped only a week early. But if we go back to 2016, same similar thing. We topped out about 3 weeks early, 4 weeks early. Listen, nobody's gonna complain about getting out at, you know, even if you didn't catch the very top, nobody's gonna complain about getting out at 109.
Dude, it's nice to have some common sense. I'd be around some perma bulls, man. They get mad when you talk about Bitcoin going into the bear market.
I don't know, man. If you've got a good thesis, it shouldn't upset you if someone disagrees, right? Your thesis should be able to stand up to scrutiny. You should actually welcome it. You know what I mean? Because like people that don't like that, it's like it's almost like they're scared that they're gonna lose confidence in their own trade if they keep listening. Like it's not about being right.
I feel like if they're still trying to catch all-time highs on Bitcoin, they're gonna lose confidence in their own trade anyway.
It's not impossible, but we haven't seen what we need to see for that to happen. If we look at Bitcoin on the macro, we need certain things to play out here before we can even start.
And it would have to be such a hyperbolic pump, too.
It could, I mean, it could happen slowly, but we're gonna have to see it in M2 before anything. But this is basically what we're looking at, right? Our accumulation level. You go to the 2 week, I'll show you what I've been talking to the guys about. And the girls, of course. 2 week 50 MA is what we're sitting on, right? Bear markets come in 3 phases. You have a return to the mean to the 50 EMA on the 2 week. You have a consolidation on the 2 week. Inside of that consolidation, you get your dead cat bounce. And then you get your capitulation to the bottom of the bear market. If we go back to last, right, we see it here. Return to the mean, accumulation, dead cat bounce. As soon as that 50 EMA on the 2 week breaks, you go into capitulation every time. Return to the mean, consolidation on the 2-week 50 EMA, dead cat bounce within that consolidation. Once the 50 breaks, bottom of the bear market. So the first one was 120 days. The second one was 100 days. So we're running an 80-day range here. That's this box.
So you think
I've
we're in
got
the
it
dead
drawn
cat
out.
bounce right now, or?
Yeah. So I drew it out to 80 days, right? This is the length of the accumulation that I expect before things go south. And these arrows here are in time-wise when the dead cat bounce happened in our prior accumulations. So our dead cat bounce started right about the time that it started on our first accumulation. And then we had the
that's
most
so crazy.
Yeah, we had the most explosive day on the second accumulation. So what I'm expecting is 104, right, to take us to the weekly 50 EMA. Just regular mean reversion to the 50. If that bearishly retests and we take out these lows, that's the top of our dead cat bounce. If it holds, which I expect it to, because I think we are going to push it forward. If it holds, then I'm looking at 108.
So
right?
currently, you're looking for higher prices.
Yeah,
Currently,
yeah. But
on the
with
macro.
with the understanding that we are getting close to the end, and you have to be
this bear flag is
careful. So
dude,
we can
towards the top of the
stay
bear flag every time.
inside of this bear flag and still get that 108, which is what I'm looking for. Right, 108 is the support of our top range here. 104 is this wick support. So that's where my 104 target comes from. And then my base case was what we already hit. If we were to go down from here and this was it, we can't be
Is that
mad.
liquidity? Is that like a liquidity heat map on there?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah. So these are my targets here on our regular chart. We've already hit target 1. Right? Target 2 is that 104. Target 3 is that 108. If and only if we get above that support at 108 and hold a weekly candle open and close above, will I even consider the idea of ATH? Until then, it's just talk.
Yeah. Yep.
But I'm open to it, right? I'm not like, oh, it'll never happen. I'm selling 100%. No, if this shit still looks bullish when we're up there and we get up there and hold, then I'll play it out. But the amount of people that are convinced that it's gonna happen, and just it's like, where are you? Like, how are you this confident? Please explain it to me so that I can be confident with you, because I'll show you what I see and you can show me what you see, and then, tell me where I'm wrong. But people have different risk metrics too, right? Some people are willing to risk it for the biscuit. I'm coming to the end of a 4-year journey here, and the one thing I'm not trying to do is risk anything unnecessarily. Money's already been made. I would understand if I had just come into this shit like 3 months ago or something, 4 months ago, and I'm like trying to make something happen, but job's mostly done.
I mean, just be scalping the bear market, or no?
I fixed it, Ann. I fixed it. What happened? What'd you say? Oh yeah. I'll scalp.
You're just gonna be scalping during the bear market?
Yeah. I mean, hopefully my MicroStrategy short just rides from here, and then that's gonna pay for mostly the entire bull market. And then remember, I'm still in my silver and my metals positions.
Yeah, silver's crazy.
This is my MicroStrategy.
I have a friend that was way ahead of the curve on this. It was crazy, man.
A lot of the old dudes were, bro.
2 years ago, he asked me,
forever.
he's like, "Man, can you give me a ride? I'll give you some silver if you give me a ride to the coin shop." And I'm like, "Okay." He gets on my motorcycle. I give him a ride to the coin shop, and in San Francisco, and he buys like $4,000 worth of silver half dollars. Hands me like 5 of them. He is so happy right now, I'm sure.
Think about all those old heads, man, out in the
They're
country just
$20.
burying silver for the last 10 years, 20 years.
Oh yeah, those guys. Yeah, he wasn't that ahead of the curve. But $20 a coin, yeah. I mean,
The first time I said the word metal supercycle in here was about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago.
and what do you think's causing it? The panic of the collapse of the U.S. dollar, huh?
No, I mean China is starting to back up off of their reliance on silver, so they've been really heavy into buying gold, but they've also stopped selling silver, so that supply shock is starting to affect. But think of Trump coming in, right? What's the first thing he said? He said, America's going to be the manufacturing capital of the world. We're about to retool. We're about to open factories. Da, 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 da. All right. So what was done after that? Right? Tariffs were the big one. But underneath the tariffs, what was really happening? All the
Really, all I
deals,
can see
all
is
the deals that were made for tariffs were made for rare earth metals, right?
yeah.
And rare earth minerals. And what do you need if you're going to become the manufacturing capital of the world? You need a bunch of rare earth minerals. And what do you need if you're going to retool and build robots and build, up AI infrastructure? And well, you need gold, you need silver, you need copper, you need aluminum. Right? What we're seeing is a bulking up, a building up of assets, of materials, I should say, not assets.
Well, here's another one for you. What if we start producing silicone? I mean, weren't we talking about creating chips here instead of getting them from Taiwan?
I mean, that's the dream, but we want. You know what the crazy part of that whole thing is? We would like nothing more to build chips here and then tell Taiwan, y'all are on your own. Because the only reason that we got their back the way they got their back is because the way we have their back against China is because of all the chips. If they don't have that leverage anymore, right, it'll be 3 months before Chinese ships are surrounding. Words are spells, Aeon. 100%.
Yeah, I'm not going to bring that up. I'm not going to bring up politics in here.
Never ends well, and it doesn't let me know where to put my stop loss, so,
Yeah. Yep.
Yo, D, did
Yo.
you hear anything about some new banking rules? Supposedly, there's something that's coming into effect on Monday where if you go to the bank and want to withdraw, whatever a substantial amount of money or not even, they have like an option to give you an IOU for like 2 weeks or some shit. So to prevent bank runs, and then supposedly, like whether you want to buy gold, silver, or crypto, you automatically get flagged, and it's another thing to slow the system down or whatever. But I watched some dude. It was the first time I seen him, so I don't know how credible the information was. However, he was diving deep into the law and subsection this and that. If you didn't hear about it, maybe it's something of interest.
Nah, I've been looking into it. So it boils into what's going on with the Clarity Act a little bit too. So the reason that Coinbase came out and removed their support for the Clarity Act is because of the stablecoin legislation that's in it. What they're trying to do is make it illegal to get yield off of stablecoins. And the reason they're doing that is because banks are panicked, right? Banks are panicked that now that they will hold crypto, they will hold stables for you, right? They can't rehypothecate your stables the way they do your money, right? When you deposit money, they loan out what now is 100% of that deposit as loans.
Fractional reserve banking.
Yeah. So the problem is that with stable coins, why would you hold? Let's fast forward it 5-10 years, right? Why would you
Don't even need a
hold?
bank.
Why would you hold your money in deposits in the bank when you can hold it in stables in the bank and get a 4%, 5% yield? Right. What they're
Why
worried
even hold
about,
it?
is that there'll be a run on the bank on deposits. The people will rush to take their money out of bank to put it in the stables to go for the higher yield, then collapsing the smaller banks into the larger banks and just starting like a whole chain reaction, basically.
Honestly, I gotta tell you, like, why would you even have a bank in the first place
I'm unbanked.
when you could just?
I haven't been banked for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly. Like the banks, even though they're gonna hold stables, I mean, why would you let them? I'm not gonna let them hold my stables. Why would I? What? What?
You're
Here's my wallet. Here's my keys. What? You know, you take care of that for me, right?
your older family members though might feel different. Like my mom, I couldn't trust and my mom's not even that old, but just her personality and how she is, I couldn't trust her to remember a seed phrase. Right? I would have to. My mom's keys and all that. I've got that taken care of personally, but she has me. Right? Most people aren't going to want to do that. Most people are going to want to buy their Bitcoin through ETFs so that they don't have to worry about getting hacked, and they're going to want to hold stables in the bank with somebody that they already trust. But that'll go away, right? That's just because of the older generation. The younger generation is already, for the most part, comfortable with app banking and shit like that.
You know, you could just write your if you want to remember something easier than your passphrase, you know what a cipher it really actually is. You create a cipher.
You
Create a
trust
cipher
you
and you
trust
just
your
write
mom or
that.
your aunt to remember all that and to remember how to
No,
use it and to
no, I
keep
trust
everything
my
safe and
no, I trust myself to remember
yeah,
the
that's what
cipher.
I'm saying. So for some people it doesn't make any sense, right? We're very capable of protecting our own money and providing security for our own money. But for other people, that shit would keep them up at night, but they'd be so paranoid. I'd be paranoid for them.
Well, the cipher is just a method of decoding the passphrase.
Yeah,
So you could
I
write the
understand.
passphrase down on anything. You could tattoo it to your freaking arm. Only you know the key to unlocking what it means.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's gonna go from looking like a key phrase to looking like gibberish.
The way that you guys bet on slots in the chat, it makes me worry about your risk reward when you're trading. Some of y'all go crazy on the slot game.
My long is going in the red, or my short's going in the red.
I like to tell myself that it's just because the money's not real, but I don't know if I'm lying to myself or if y'all are really degening that hard.
I'm not degening that hard, but
I'm talking about the game that we have on the YouTube. Little characters we got running at the bottom of the screen. There's like a slots game,
oh, gotcha.
and
Yeah, I'm
everybody
pretty.
needs gold. Put a 1 in the chat if you're broke right now in the game. Robo. Yeah, I think we need a battle royale. You guys got to fight for some money here. We could do a boss fight. If we do a boss fight, everybody gets paid. Let's do a boss fight real quick.
All right, Dbloc. I'm a bounce, man. You have fun, all right?
Take it easy,
It's
brother.
good to talk to you. I just
Yeah,
wanted
man.
to come say hi.
No problem. Appreciate it. Anytime.
Yep. Bye.
Uh-oh. Michael, no second best sailor, and he's got laser eyes too. We're screwed. Hold those shields. Don't bother jumping. You can't jump for that. I pressed the wrong button. He bought more. If you hit him too hard, he just buys more Bitcoin. Oh. Called Issa out of the pack. Nice. Litecoin, what are you gonna do, man? What are you gonna do? I'm the only one that's hurt. He looks like he's pissed. Is he just not attacking, or what? It's like a metaphor for how he deals with shit in real life. BlackRock, SEC, everybody's coming after him. And he's just staring at them with laser eyes. Nah, I probably just didn't set him up right. I'm still trying to figure out how to customize the boss battles. Out of there. Why didn't it give out any gold after that? Did y'all get money from that? Yeah, I'll make it rain. Oh my God, Sicario just got so many Bitcoin right there. Oh shit. Oh, so did Aeon. Oh no, that's your stash. Bring the pain, Litecoin. Wow. It be your own people sometimes. If High Def doesn't win this, he's gonna scream Ponzi. Oh my god, there's no way. Run. I'm not gonna lie, you got robbed there. You had that win in the bag. Yeah, we don't have the exclamation join. It'll just do it now.
Yeah, dude, if you got a sec, can you pull up Sandbox again?
Yeah, I might
I'm in
still
the
have it
play,
up.
and we have this gap. I'm considering adding to my position, but we're coming up to some resistance. I want your opinion, especially. You were telling me that the VRVP, you should be looking at it on your time frame, but I can't see it on the time frame that I'm working on, so I have to jump up to like the 4 hour at least.
Yeah, you gotta back up a little bit sometimes, yeah. Where are we at? We're above that SR flip. That's good. Never came down for that type 4, huh? Let's see. Yeah, about to dig into those vectors. Plenty of
I was
liquidations.
looking on low time frames; those vectors are barely even there.
Even the liquidations are pretty thin. I mean, I still think that it should come down at some point, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't take this out first. Let me see what the volume looks like on smaller time frames. Yeah, volume picked up. As long as it stays healthy, you can keep going. I mean,
Yeah,
you're still
after that.
technically, if you look at the entire run, right, you're still a bit volume divergent here. Right, which means that you ripped through a bunch of liquidations on the way up, right? It wasn't supported by spot. But if volume picks up, and it looks like it is, right? This looks a lot better here. Then it could keep going.
Yeah, on the 5 minute, the daily W came back down beneath the neckline, and that's where I entered.
Okay. There's really not a whole hell of a lot stopping you if people decide to buy.
That's what I was looking at. I'm looking at that huge gap, and I'm like, should I just, double my
200
position
EMA.
and just catch this, big vector up and get out before the retrace? Or, are they going to run it back?
If I was in this right now, because you already have a position, right? If I was in this right now, I would want to wait to like. If I was in this right now, in the situation that I'm in right now, where like I'm about to go to sleep, I would probably wait till the morning. Understanding that maybe I have to buy a little bit higher, but it saves me waking up to price back at 12. But that's just me and my risk tolerance. Nice start.
So I'm up 300% on a 50x long. So I was thinking, again, being greedy, which always bites me in the butt. I'm like, I could just, throw, half a position size. It'll bring me up, bring my entry up. But, if this is going to run through that big gap quick, I'm looking to, set a TP and get out at that measured move or at least half out and, move the stop loss up. But, again, second question myself because my greed gets me in all types of trouble.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. I hate those though. And you're like, is my position big enough? Because
I'm trying to
what
practice
you
risk
don't
management.
what you don't want to do is turn a successful trade into a sketchy one. You know?
That's my middle name. Really battling the psychology of all this stuff, man. It's like, trading on tilt from, learning how to trade on high leverage. And, I whatever, I get these runs and I do good for a while. And then, like you were talking, all the strong rules you have tend to get lax and days go.
Yeah.
And yeah, I end up playing myself and burning that account
The
after
slippery slope.
spending 2 months hard.
I mean, recognizing that you do that is the main thing, right? But that doesn't make it easier to stop sometimes. I honestly, I look at it like the duality of so there's the responsible you, right, that knows all the right things to do. And then there's the you that's made every stupid decision you've ever made in your life. Right? I try not to let that guy trade. And some things make when I'm hungry, that guy comes out. If I had a bad day or beefing with a girl or any sort of stressed out or anything, that guy comes out. When I realize that that guy's in charge, I don't trade.
Dude, I've been dealing with that guy for the last year, man. I've been
Tell me
dealing with
about
all
it.
types of IRL stuff. And this is, it's kind of like my meditation, like I'd be stressed out over these things I don't even, I don't have a proper solution to, or, so I get into this and it's like, you know what? I just stare at the chart and like, I'm analyzing everything, but you know what I'm not doing? Thinking about the
Yeah,
things I don't want to deal with. So it's kind of been like my escape from decisions I don't know how to make.
I hear
You
you.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, again, putting 110% into this and you know, and then when I burn it down, it's all that much worse. So again, trying to be a profitable trader, but risk tolerance goes my risk management definitely it falls away time and time again.
It's
And
crazy how
every
it's
time I
always that too, right? Like once you get to a certain point, it really just comes down to psychology. Once you know enough to not let market makers wreck you or let whales wreck you, then you focus internal, right? Now you have to stop yourself from wrecking you. And that's the hardest part sometimes. Because it does make you deal with some shit that you haven't dealt with, honestly.
yeah, I don't want to make it seem like um, one thing I'm not is a fraudulent in who I am. And I definitely don't, have it all figured out. Like I have good concepts, but sometimes like I'll be like, oh, this is a flag, and then like you'll come on and draw it as like, an ascending channel that's gonna break down, like so
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
sometimes I see things and I, whatever. I place trades looking at things completely wrong. And
Do you
so,
invert your
I,
chart
I keep
often?
no, I don't.
You should
But
try that. That helped me realize some of my biases. And sometimes just left clicking and hitting invert will like make it jump out at you. You're like, okay,
yeah,
wait a minute, because if I see this as bullish, but when I flip the chart, I also see this as bullish, then something's I might have a bullish bias right now. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
if you look at it like this and you say, okay, if we break this, we're probably gonna sweep these liquidations, attempt to take out that M pattern invalidation, maybe not have to play this entire thing out. And then you
yeah. But
invert
like,
it and you say, okay, if this breaks, we're gonna sweep liquidations and then probably get rid of this stuff. Then you know that at least you're seeing it the right way in both directions.
yeah, but I'll tell you, like, without flipping it, right? We're looking at your where it says weekend trap, right? So
Mm-hmm.
that line up. So from there, I can easily like, oh, I'll cheat a line, and this is, a bull flag or whatever, a bullish channel, you know. So again, like sometimes it's hard for me to split it and say, oh, you know, here we go, we have a bearish channel, or you know,
Yeah. No, I get you. I get what you're
you
saying.
know, I could
It's
easily, you
one of
know,
the hardest things to teach. Like I can teach you patterns, but one of the hardest things, or impossible to teach, is just the hours spent watching the charts. Like after you watch this shit long enough, you'll get you almost get a sense for what the dominant pattern happens to be. Right? Because if I was to sit here and draw out all patterns, I mean, you wouldn't be able to see the chart, right? But you have to filter it, and you filter it sort of through experience, and that's one of the hardest things to teach because it's just, you know how they say there's no getting around the 10,000 hours. Like you have to put those 10,000 hours in for any, you know, to sort of master any sort of,
yeah, I'm familiar with the term.
So it's the same sort of thing, you know, with crypto specifically. That's why I'm so big on watching one asset, right? Like, yeah, we trade alts and all that, cool. But if you don't have a sort of sixth sense for how Bitcoin breathes, then all your other trades become harder. Or if you're learning to do TA, but you're looking at 17 different you know what I mean? Like,
that's exactly what my problem is.
Yeah.
You know, again, I try to make little money into big money. So, you know, with Bitcoin, even high leverage, you know, whatever, it doesn't move like a lot of the other things, especially, you know.
Doesn't have to just be Bitcoin, right? There's people that literally only trade Fartcoin, and they've been watching Fartcoin for so long that they can tell by how a candle twitches, you know, if something just doesn't feel right, you know. So it doesn't really have to be Bitcoin specific, but just, you know, picking a group of assets that you trade in and out that have good movement, and then sort of learning how they move and how they flow.
Yeah, I recently just came across someone saying a similar message, and they were like, for instance, Link, you know, this is a coin that, you know, is range bound more than it's not, right? And then he's like, now look at ETH. He's like, you see all these wicks, you know, and he was looking at a timeline, and he's like, you don't realize it, you know, if you don't have a keen eye to it, but this is Wreck City, you know, all those wicks are, you know, all of them can go horribly wrong if you're not, you know, tight on your risk management. And even with that, this is a hard asset to trade. And it was, you know, going on to say that, you know, I suggest, you know, you pick a couple that have high volume and, you know, you tend to learn how they act. You know, sometimes they have a little tell, you know, that they do a certain thing, you know, that's unique to that asset.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is me saying, you know what, that's what I'm going to do. But, you know, everything was boring. And here I am trading Sandbox, which I never even traded before. I don't even know what it is. But I was
There's
like,
nothing
whoa,
wrong
this
with
is
trading
moving.
volume
This don't
sometimes, though.
care.
If you're scalping, there's really nothing wrong with trading volume. Like, there isn't. But at least have one asset that you're doing TA on every day, you know, so you can sort of. But yeah, when I come in and scalp, I mean, I find myself scalping shit. I have no idea what this coin is. I know it's got 3 times the volume of its own market cap, and it's been pumping for less than a day. I'm going where the money is, you know?
Dude, I pick up everything that you do, pretty much everything you put on your chart. Like today, for instance, I wasn't watching your chart when we got to see me close, right? But I knew whatever from hearing you say it 1,000 times. So I went, I looked for liquidity, I drew where I thought trap longs, trap shorts were, right? And then I drew where the weekend trap I thought would be.
Mm-hmm.
And then I watched you do it. And I seen you talking about the high volume and saying, well, it could be here, but it would be, you know, tight. And, you know, this looks more like it, that we trapped them on Thursday, and that's where I had my stuff. But pretty much as you chart on your chart, my chart looks the same. I use pretty much the same exact layout you do. Again, I learned from you. You're my mentor, but so yeah, I chart Bitcoin all day, and then everything else. If I'm interested in it, I chart it. I have a bunch of charts that I keep, I update. Like again, it's practice. I'm trying to just keep running through it and have it make more sense. Learning tricks, being quicker at it. Yeah,
Confidence, man. It all comes down to confidence. You
that's the
do it
thing,
enough
man.
times and
I
have
got
it play out, then you'll get to the point where you'll stop going through that analysis paralysis that everybody goes through,
that's my
right?
thing.
Yeah. And then by the
It's
time
analysis paralysis,
you
and
feel comfortable
it's
enough, the entry's gone.
yep. And not only that, like I've been watching, and I see these plays, and I'm like, all right, this could happen, and then I'm always like, all right, well, how can this go wrong, right? So I'm like, oh well, and I'll find a reason. Oh well, it's going to come down, or this is not the finished measured move, or chances are they're going to turn from here because they don't want to break bullish sentiment, or whatever, right? So sometimes I'll like overthink it, and then by the time I see that it did what I thought it was going to do, I was gun shy because I'm so worried about making the wrong move and losing more money. Right now I'm like just trying to put keep a bag that I can reinvest at the bottom of, the bear, because this is my first cycle. So, I did good early with just a strong Bitcoin hold. And yeah, I kind of screwed that up a little, taking out of that and throwing out all these sketchy high leverage plays. So, I beat myself up on that. I could have still been a whole Bitcoiner, but yeah, like a lot of pressure on, what's coming with the times, inflation. I'm doing this full time, even though I'm not that good at it, but
it's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it is. It's, I mean, I can't sleep at night, man. I definitely need to step away from the chart, but I'm so worried about, missing this last run because I'm still got a long-term play that.
It has a lot to do with how you're playing it too, though, because, I've got something called the walk-away test, where like, if I can't set a trade, if I can't set a trade and walk away, set my stop, set my TP, even if it's on leverage, and walk away, then either I have too much margin or my leverage is too high. Right? Yep. There's something there that's telling you that every emotion, like we always talk about being a robot and shit, and it's not necessarily true. Like you want to be like half robot. You still want to feel the emotions, you just don't want to act on them, right? But every emotion that you feel during the trade is an action you're supposed to be taking. Right? If you're nervous, you probably don't have a good entry. Right? If you keep flipping through time frames, then your thesis is probably kind of shaky. If you can't walk away from the screen, then you're probably risking too much. Right? There's something there. So like you have to find a balance, a size balance, size trade balance, leverage X balance that gives you that ability where like, okay, I'm comfortable. I know where my stop loss is. I know where my take profit is. I'm comfortable with my entry. There's not too much at risk, right? If this trade goes completely against me, I can absorb it, right? That's the true risk tolerance comes in position sizing. And that's what most people don't realize. They're like, well, risk tolerance just means, your stop loss, a couple ATRs away. No, it's how many of these trades can you blow? Like this trade, if you lose this trade, could you lose this same trade 10 times and still be in the game?
No. Right now, I'm
too
at I'm at 10%. I started with 5 on the initial, and then we had to pull back, and I threw another 5 at it, only because I felt like, it was a likely one. But a lot of times, I mean, bad habit. I don't use stop losses. It goes the other way, and I just hedge, and whatever. It works 50-50. I know it's a bad habit, and I need to get out of it.
This,
But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
real high
Being
leverage,
stopped
so it's
out
like,
and left behind is an ego hit, but you got to eat that. Like having something come stop you out, and then you wake up and it's up 12%. Like that's a hit to the ego. Like that's a big hit to the ego. But
I've gotten so many beatings
if you
that
do
I'm gun
that 10
shy.
times, if you do that 10 times in a row, it's more likely going to save you more money than lose you, right? It's there to be defensive. There's always another trade to take. Not every trade isn't going to be a home run. The main goal of the trade is to not lose any money. The secondary goal is to make money. So when you
That's
find
the thing
yourself
too.
in a trade where you're too exposed, then your main priority doesn't become taking profit. Your main priority becomes removing risk. Now, sometimes that comes in the form of taking profit, right? Or sometimes it comes in the form of reducing exposure, right? Changing your stop losses, moving your stop loss into profit aggressively. There's certain ways that you can remove some of that risk. And maybe the joy in the trade goes away. Like, oh, well, this isn't going to be the one that retires me anymore. But it's also not going to be the one that knocks you out of the game. And then you reset.
In my heart, I think I'm a multi-day swing trader, but really I enter scalp positions, and even if not, like I watch, and every time, we're going for midweek reversal or whatever. I mean, every change that we had, every reversal that we had, I've been here with you guys, and either I'm sketched out, and I don't do the scary thing. I'm looking for comfort. So I'm chasing point, trade 2 or whatever, entry 2. But
You got this,
today was
bro.
the first time
You
I
can
did up 4.
you can do this, but for this to work out, and it can, I promise you could do this, bro. Just talking to you, I can tell that you got more than enough to be able to do this. Some people, I speak to them and I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be rough. But you're looking at the right things. But for this to work out where it hasn't before, you're gonna have to stop doing the things that you've been doing, or you're just gonna keep getting the same results you've been getting, and you're gonna need to make a shift. It's gonna be hard because you've got to fight your like natural instincts, but you just got to switch it up a little bit. And I know where it comes from. It comes from what you just said. You're trading full time, even though you feel like you're not good at it. That pressure is ridiculous, bro. That's not easy pressure to deal with for anybody. Trust me. And I know as guys, we pride ourselves on being able to just take it on the chin and keep on going, but that's not easy shit, right? Because that voice in your head is being annoying as shit on every decision you make.
Yeah, man. Trading until 1, 2, like whatever. Maybe I have bad karma, but like I deal with this one exchange on my phone, BTCC,
Mm-hmm.
and they have this little glitch where I'll open the app, I'll be in a trade, I'm on it, right, ready to exit, and then I'll go to either exit or enter, right, and I'll hit the whatever buy sell, and it'll go, oh, you're logged out, right? So sometimes whatever it happens, whatever 5% of the time. But it's always like the worst possible moment. Right. So like sometimes I miss trades or I'll go to adjust a trade or, make some fine tune or whatever. And, again, that or like when I just came on and asked you about the sandbox, my computer froze. Just as, I was like, oh, should I just, throw some more on this, for this big gap? And
Like the universe trying to tell
again,
you
like I
something,
just have
bro.
technical difficulties where my computer
Listen,
freezes
the
at,
Lord, the
at the
Lord
worst
works in
time.
mysterious ways, bro.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to take these little clues from the universe. Are you on? You said you're on the app, or do you go on BTCC on desktop? Maybe it's a
Yeah,
little.
so I have it on desktop, but I pretty much enter trades remote from my phone, but I'll have it open on my desktop, and from there I'll slide my stop losses or whatever, manage the trades there. But it's just easier to drag up my stop losses or whatever.
Yep. I hear you.
But yeah.
Davey
But
boy,
yeah.
we can't use Binance. Our money is no good there. What's going on, H? I didn't see that at all. I didn't see that BJ was in the hospital. I got a message here. The first I'm hearing of it. Americans can't use Binance within the US. It sucks, bro. People think that we got it so good over here when it comes to crypto, just because everybody talks about it, but we get screwed on the exchanges. Unless you love Coinbase, or Coinbase loves you. Coinbase don't like me either, so. Given, I've taken way more money out of Coinbase than I ever put into it. But that should not be held against me. I just sent her a message, H. Last time I talked to her was New Year's. Well, she's probably knocked out now or recovering. I messaged her and then I realized it's 4:30 in the morning. She knows I'm a vampire though. Won't hold it against me. I'm starting to think you just like talking to us, Jay. That's cool too. Yo, how is it almost 5 o'clock in the morning already? I forgot I just recently got on. I didn't get home. What time was it when I got on? Like 2:33? Yeah, silver futures on Robinhood are crazy. Minimum requirement $52,000. 52,591 to be specific.
Damn. I'm on Coinbase doing it. I don't know what it is, but I met the requirements at one point.
Yo, I need to open an exchange. Bullshitting. We're on the wrong side of the game. Nah, there's different ones though. You can trade the micros. And the margin requirement is what, like 10.5. But it's because of the size of the contract, right? Each contract is 1,000 ounces of silver. The straight silver futures one is 5,000 ounces. So if you have 4 contracts, it's 20,000 ounces of silver. What's going on, Greedy? Yeah, we can get Dom to break support here and come down into this gap. Then finally the alts can sort of play a little bit. I kind of need Litecoin to come down for me just a bit. But yeah, Soul looks like it wants to go. This bullish channel isn't going to hold forever. But we need some Dom. We need Dom to come down. If this breaks out, we'll see Dom break that resistance. Or that support, I should say. $155, $156. Yeah, I hear you. I got a pretty chunky soul position right now too. And if we can just get away from these liquidations, I'll be a lot more comfortable with that shit. Because it's bloody down there. What's going on, Marcos? No problem, bro. I'm still working on it, so it'll keep getting better. Let's take a look at Sui real quick. So what we were looking for at this point was basically what we've gotten so far. Right? We wanted to come down, come back up, retest, drop, and then pop up. So we're basically on this part right now. Just because my OCD was bothering me. We were looking for a rejection at this level, possibly to come back and grab these liquidations, put in an inverse head and shoulders, but it just went for it. And if it gets any higher here, we're going to go through this gap, which is where I think we end up back at our bullish trigger. But I still am looking for a type 2 entry here. Right, we're just V-shaping out. I mean, cool, I like it, but if it doesn't push quick, it's just going to roll over. We got vectors on the way up too, so there's enough fuel in liquidations, and there's enough motivation when it comes to vectors. What I could see is a retest of that 50, and then a continuation. Yeah, Sui's kind of, that's, you would need like a type 2 entry. That's one of the reasons that I wanted it to come down. I mean, not just to add more to the position, but to bring more traders on board. If we want to make this push, you know, you want some sort of retracement that people can feel comfortable getting in on. Right? Somewhere at old support, maybe. Top of the morning, Viking. Jasmine's still bleeding out. I've got 2 levels for Jasmine that I'm interested in getting in on. You're not 2, you're 1. You're 2. So if we come and clear this vector 763 and we get some volume, I might think of swinging at it because that's the top of our accumulation. If not, we get that full run. But either way, I really need to shore this position up. Litecoin, need Litecoin to drop. Ethereum. My bad, these charts are messy, but these have been like literally working charts. Well, at the neckline of the W, haven't invalidated, maybe come back and test the 50 on the small time frames. That M pattern is still valid. Right, we were saying that we needed this support to hold. If there was any chance to not come through this gap, you see the size of the gap we have on ETH. So only thing holding us from that is that support right there. If that falls apart, I expect this move to be pretty quick. Problem is that's not good for alts, right? But we're also in a gap to the top side here. which means if dominance drops, we can get to 332 on ETH pretty quickly. But you don't invalidate this bearishness until you close above 338, 3384. So definitely not out of hot water yet for ETH. We'll be watching this support right here on dominance, right where that red dotted line is. If that breaks, then we can see the alts have a little leeway. God, that's so ugly to look at on higher time frames. It could go. I mean, like I said, there's not a lot there. And we're poking through that gap now. But like, if it can't get above here and it loses support right here, it's just gonna do this. And we don't want that. Yeah, there's not a lot of meat on this bone just to play along into that point of control right there. Yeah, I'm watching Soul by watching Dom here. If Dom breaks the support, that means that Soul is pushing. There you go, Greedy. Hit it with the sword. Look at him chasing Solana. Just poke it one time. Basically, that red dotted line that we want to break on Dom. We'll go down to smaller time frames. Go to the 5 minute and watch it play. My bad, Joe. Admin abuse. I didn't like the way you were following me around with that sword. I felt threatened. Man, I don't know. That's going to depend on a lot. So, is this accumulation or distribution? I mean, it's got a nasty drop underneath it. The bear market's not going to be kind to Sol. Which is good, right? Because we want to pick it up as cheap as possible. But the question is, what's left in the tank here? Man, because you're basically asking for a 2x to get to all-time highs. I mean, institutions are buying it. That's the one thing you have going for you because nobody else is buying anything right now except for them. But we're going to have to take that one step by step. The real question is, how high is Bitcoin going to go? And when Bitcoin gets to those levels, is it going to be an immediate rejection? Or does it consolidate at highs and give alts a chance to run? What you want more than anything is for Bitcoin to get like above 104, 108 and stay there. And range there for like a month while alts go crazy. But it's a big ask, man. It's a pretty big ask. Will Solana ever get past its ATH? Yeah. This year is the sketchy part, right? The top of the next bull market, we should be way above, my opinion, where we are. But We're not really way above where we were during the last one, but we did go all the way down to freaking sub $10. So this should be an initial boost, right? But remember, when the Fed starts to print, that's not immediate. The part that is immediate is sentiment. So it depends, is there still hope left in the market when the new guy comes in? Or are we already into that bear where everybody's just like capitulated to the idea of prices going down for a bit? It'll be a bit of a different. If he came in right now, oh man, like that shit would be crazy, right? Because the sentiment is bullish, everybody wants to go. But if we get this dead cat bounce, go to like 108 and then start coming down, and we're like, at 70, 65 when he comes in, I don't know if that rescues it. It'll be bullish for us for the next, 3 years, but I don't know if it's enough. Yeah, I think next year Sui has its Solana year. I've been saying that since the beginning of this run. Sui reminds me a lot of Solana during the last run without any of the issues, right? But all of the hype. I want that shit as cheap as I can possibly get it. All right, we're gonna reset the stream real quick, y'all, and then we will be back. I'm going, H. I'm going. Oh, all right. Quick reset. How to say goodbye to the avatars. We broke on Dom. Let's take a look at Sol real quick. Take a look at ETH real quick. Go, ETH, go. Lead the charge. Bring Sol with you. All right, we'll be right back.